Perfect Dark seems even less likely though, following the shutdown of the initiative and cancellation of the reboot last year. First revealed back in 2020, State of Decay 3 re-emerged in 2024 but has been quieter than the dead since. Undead Labs has been working on this one for a while, and we might see it again on June 7th after skipping last summer's showcase. Obsidian, meanwhile, has been far from quiet and had a very busy 2025, launching Avowed, The Outer Worlds 2 and Grounded 2's early access. So it's been safe to say that we aren't necessarily expected to see much from the RPG studio here. If it did want to spring a surprise Fallout New Vegas remake onto us though, then we'll happily take it. Both Compulsion Games and Ninja Theory have released games in the past couple of years, so it may be a bit too soon to see what they're working on next, but we certainly won't rule it out, especially the latter, who is reportedly working on a third Hellblade that is quote-unquote more of a game. Infinity Ward revealed Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 last week, which will continue Captain Price and team's story as they head to Korea this time around. It's safe to say we'll get a peek at it in action at the showcase, with the new DMZ mode promised to be shown off. Call of Duty is where most of Activision's resources find themselves going these days, but maybe a surprise second project will be sprung upon us. Though a long shot, a revival of one of the publisher's dormant series, such as a new Tony Hawk, Guitar Hero, or Spyro, would certainly make people my age and older smile. Blizzard can be expected to show off continued support for its live service games, such as Overwatch celebrating its 10th anniversary, Diablo 4 following up on its just-released Lord of Hatred expansion, and World of Warcraft evolves further beyond its Midnight expansion, which arrived in March. While that's all in the recent past, there are a couple of future possibilities, although not expected this year. One of those is a look at WoW's upcoming The Last Titan expansion, which will serve as the finale to the World Soul Saga trilogy. Another is a look at Overwatch Rush, the mobile version of the hero shooter, although we admit this may not well show up at an Xbox showcase. When it comes to Bethesda, all eyes are on the Elder Scrolls 6. First revealed to be in development way back in 2018, Todd Howard has effectively said that it shouldn't have been shown that early. We realize it's likely still many years away, but perhaps a look at the long-rumored Fallout 3 remake could serve as a welcome stopgap. Elsewhere under the larger Bethesda umbrella, id Software will have moved on to its next project after 2025's Doom: The Dark Ages. Will it be another Doom, a long overdue Quake revival, or something new entirely? And will it even be shown at this year's showcase? And then there's Machine Games, who'll be following up on the excellent Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I'd love nothing more than a sequel to that adventure, but perhaps a return to Wolfenstein is more realistic right now. Reports of the final part of BJ Blazkowicz's Nazi-killing trilogy being in production emerged early this year, so this could be the year we see the original FPS hero return. Finally, when it comes to Bethesda, surely we're due for a look at Arcane's Blade. First teased back in 2023, the Leon studio has been pretty silent since. It looks like we're never getting that Mahershala Ali movie, so please at least give us this. In regard to what other games we could see, well, that's much more of a guessing game. Based on what's been showcased at previous Xbox shows though, we can at least take educated shots in the dark. I'd personally love to see Persona 4 Revival in action, as well as finding out when I can get my hands on the remake of Atlus's classic JRPG. Staying in Japan, Game Freak's first game outside of the Pokemon universe, Beast of Reincarnation, was featured heavily during January's Developer Direct, so it could well be there too. Action-adventure spin-off Resonance: A Plague Tale could well be in line to make a reappearance, as well as ex-Witcher 3 dev Studio Rebel Wolves vampire RPG, The Blood of Dawnwalker. Stealth shooter Mudang 2 Hearts made a flashy debut this time last year, as did Animo, yet another contender for Pokemon's monster-catching crown. There may be no Hollow Knight Silksong to speculate about this year, unless its DLC makes a surprise appearance, so let's throw some random guesses out there in its place. The Witcher 3 Songs of the Past expansion was just officially announced by CD Projekt Red, and while it seems too early for gameplay, you just never know. Ubisoft could also show up, either with a new look at Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, the in-development Assassin's Creed Hex, or perhaps even the rumoured next entry into the Far Cry series. But no, there won't be any sign of GTA 6. Xbox has been teasing its next-generation console, Project Helix, for months now, after formally announcing its existence in March. At GDC, Jason Ronald, Xbox's VP of Next Generation, said, "Project Helix is designed to play your Xbox console and PC games, delivering high performance and providing the ultimate player-first experience. We're partnering closely with AMD to define the next generation of rendering and simulation." We were hoping for some more news about it soon, but Xbox has since let us know not to expect anything from Project Helix at the show. What do you want to see at Xbox's Summer Showcase on June 7th? Let us know in the comments below, and for everything else, you're already in the right place with IGN.
Let me start by saying that I am borderline blown away by what I've seen from the Fable reboot so far. New Fable developer Playground Games already had my trust. This is a studio that has produced nothing but one open-world masterpiece after another, but after learning a lot more about what the team has in store for its resurrection of one of Xbox's biggest franchises, I'm even more bullish about where they're going with it. Playground has turned the Forza Tech engine into a medieval British postcard. Combat is multi-layered, 1,000 NPC townsfolk are waiting to be romanced, co-parented with, divorced from, and landlorded over, and there are chickens abound just waiting to be kicked. Alongside Fable's big coming out party at the recent Xbox Developer Direct, I also spoke with game director Ralph Fulton about the choices the studio has made with this revival, so there's lots to discuss. But first, if you'll permit me, a quick Fable history lesson. Right out of the gate in the early 2000s, Fable was always fantastic, even if its early days on the original Xbox got a little extra scrutiny because its director at the time, legendary strategy game developer Peter Molyneux, made crazy promises about players planting acorns that would grow into full-size trees over the course of the campaign. But while that lofty systemic boast never came to be, the game that Lionhead delivered was nevertheless a rich, textured, uniquely British fairy tale that players could meaningfully affect change in. Whether their good deeds manifested a literal halo over their heads, their sheer evil caused actual horns to sprout from their skull, or they got married to a townsperson and lived a whole other life outside of the bigger picture quest within the world of Albion. Lionhead arguably perfected the formula in the Xbox 360 sequel, adding a dog who'd be by your side throughout the story, and Fable 3 tweaked it further still while making the questionable in hindsight decision to move the timeline forward by 500 years, thereby changing the entire look and feel of Albion. And then Microsoft, well, they royally screwed the franchise up by trying to turn it into a 4v1 multiplayer game that cost the studio its entire existence. That's a story for another day, and since then, the franchise has been dormant for over a decade. Enter Playground, who produced smash hit after smash hit in Microsoft's Forza Horizon driving series. Fulton told me that Playground was looking to expand and build a second team after Forza Horizon 3. Quote, "I don't remember who said the word Fable first, but as soon as I heard it, I was like, that has to be it. That fits so perfectly. It's a series that we adored here and still do." And the conversation went from there, and it went pretty fast. I think everybody felt, certainly I know the folks we spoke to on the Xbox side felt really strongly that if a studio were to start working on Fable to pick that up, it had to be a British studio. And the fact that we had this great working relationship, the fact that we were making this game, Forza Horizon, that was increasingly important and successful, and had this ambition to scale and to grow, it went pretty fast after that. The studio's adoration for the series shines through in the gameplay it's shown so far. There are hobs and balverines to slay, swords to wield, and spells to cast, sure. And the humor and British charm look to be there. Look no further than a chicken spell wearing off, reverting the target back to their original form but still flapping their arms and clucking. Or the chicken armor. You even start the game as a child just like you did in the originals. But where Playground is winning serious points with Fable fans like me so far is in its commitment to the game within the game. The town management aspects baked into Fable's urban areas. You'll be able to buy property, literally all of it if you can come up with enough gold apparently, and become a beloved landlord or a loathed slumlord. Not to mention a kind boss or a horrible boss, should you purchase any businesses. You can also date and marry all of them, have kids with them, and should it come to it, get divorced. There are also jobs to partake in, like blacksmithing. Where the new Fable breaks from the old one is in the morality. No longer will it be so black or white, Fulton told me. You won't manifest that halo or sprout those horns. Instead, individual people in each city or town will form their own opinion of you based on how you treat them. Meaning you could be a rich twat, in Fable's own words, while getting hailed as a saint in another one. Better still, one of my least favorite aspects of modern role-playing games, procedurally generated content and all of the generic time-filling tedium it brings with it, is nowhere to be found in Fable. Instead, Fulton told me that every NPC is a unique, handmade, and fully voiced character. That is so refreshing these days that it gets me extra excited to talk to as many of them as I possibly can once I get a build of Fable in my hands. That goal to make each hero's story unique extends to the larger world of Albion too. Remember the 2023 Fable teaser that introduced us to Dave, a giant? It turns out that the whole setup for the new Fable isn't a Jack and the Beanstalk story. Instead, Dave is, quote, an egotistical gardener in a rural village who finds a magic growth formula. So you'll then have to decide how to deal with him. Will you spare him, hopefully this means finding a way to return him to normal size and befriending him, or slay him, which will see his giga corpse splayed over a hill just outside of town for the rest of your campaign, negatively impacting surrounding home prices in the process. And so if Dave's foray into gigantism is merely a quest, perhaps that means this Fable isn't as much of a departure from the originals lore-wise as that video had led me to believe. In fact, I point-blank asked Fulton whether or not this is a true reboot, or if this Fable is in some way connected to Lionhead's originals, and he had quite a telling answer for a supposed non-answer. He told me, quote, I'm going to avoid that question, Ryan, and I'll tell you why. We touch very lightly on story in the Dev Direct piece, but honestly, what we really wanted to do is come out and speak to the detail in the game and answer all those questions that people inevitably have about the game we haven't answered before. We're going to talk more about story later in the year, so I'm not going to say yes or no to that particular question just yet. What I would say is with this being a reboot, it felt really imperative for us to clear the space to tell a story that we want to tell within Albion, which is why this isn't a sequel, for example. This isn't necessarily connected to the original timeline or events or characters, but we do share lore, and some of that originating lore of the Fable universe is really important to our story. Make of that what you will. So Fable seems to have the look, the humor, the moral choices, the quintessentially British charm. Playground, to put it simply, seems to understand the assignment here. And the studio, as I mentioned earlier, absolutely gets the benefit of the doubt from me on account of its impeccable track record since its inception. What, then, am I worried about? There is one thing, and it's a key part of Fable: combat. To be clear, I'm not in any way judging Fable's combat based on what we've seen so far. How could I? I haven't played it for myself yet. However, for as talented as Playground is, it's never made a game with combat before. It's not that all of the delightful town management and NPC relationship stuff suddenly means nothing if the combat doesn't deliver, but Fable will have a big problem if battling Balverines isn't a blast. Oh, and I suppose I'll be honest and share one actual disappointment with what I've seen of Fable so far. The fact that horses seem to be your only four-legged companions. After the big reveal was decidedly dog-free, I asked Fulton about the decision to ditch the dog, and he admitted, quote, "There are some folks on the team that were relishing me getting this question because I cut it a while back. You know what? For development reasons, right? I don't need to go into any more detail than that, except to say there are a substantial number of people on the team who have yet to forgive me for that decision." Now, I know full well that game development is extremely difficult and that Fulton probably has a very defensible reason for not moving forward with Fable 2's signature feature. It stung a little extra when he told me that Fable 2 was his favorite of Lionhead's original trilogy, but as a player, I'm still allowed to be bummed out by it. Here's hoping it's first on the new features list for the sequel, should we get that far. On the whole, though, I am truly, genuinely excited and optimistic about the new Fable. I've long felt that, particularly in Playground's hands, Fable has the highest ceiling in terms of game quality and finally delivering Xbox and, I guess, PlayStation, as it turns out, a PlayStation Studios-like Game of the Year award-contending single-player game of anything currently in Microsoft's massive first-party games portfolio. And though we don't yet have a specific release date to count down to, Playground is promising that we'll be playing it this fall, which basically means before November, since it would be patently stupid to try and relaunch this franchise after the better part of a decade in development, right up against the incoming game industry meteor known as Grand Theft Auto 6. Here's hoping that the new Fable lives up to its sky-high potential. For more on Fable, don't miss our live Podcast Unlocked reactions to the recent Xbox Developer Direct, as well as that 2023 teaser starring Giant Dave. And for everything else in the world of video games, keep it locked right here to IGN. I honestly wasn't sure what to expect when I sat down in front of an Xbox Series X to play an early demo of Halo Campaign Evolved, the just-announced Unreal Engine 5 remake of the original Xbox killer app. And yes, it is a proper remake, not a remaster like Halo Anniversary was. And I'm still not sure exactly how I feel after playing it. I definitely wanted to be blown away by the visuals, in the same way that the original Halo Combat Evolved knocked my socks off back in 2001. Heck, we know Unreal Engine 5 is fully capable. I also didn't want Halo Studios, aka 343 Industries, to mess with too much. Or did I? Would Halo 1 just feel old no matter what? And will PlayStation 5 gamers even care about this 25-year-old Xbox classic when it hits Sony's console for the first time ever, day and date with Xbox and PC? So I went in with a lot of questions, and I left with, well, some answers. Let me explain. I suppose we might as well start with the obvious, how it looks. Is my face properly melted? No, but maybe yours is? I'll be curious to read the comments on this one. But anyway, Campaign Evolved does look very nice, no doubt. It certainly doesn't look like it's 2 decades old anymore. I played a chunk of the legendary Silent Cartographer mission from early in the campaign, and the skybox is beautiful, the water looks great, the trees look very nice, and the terrain texture looks sharp and clean. Once you get indoors, the alien architecture has a unique sheen to it that the original obviously never had. Meanwhile, the weapons all look exactly how you'd expect them to look in the modern era, and the grunts, jackals, elites, and hunters all look convincingly new rather than reskins of quarter-century-old creatures. everything looks clean, but not in a soulless way, at least not to me. It works as a cohesive art-directed space in the new engine. I also appreciate that VO from the principal actors, Steve Downes and Jen Taylor at the very least, has been re-recorded.
I've been able to pinpoint the main facility by cross-referencing Covenant survey data and religious texts.
While mocap has all been redone for the rebuilt from scratch cutscenes. But let's talk about my biggest concern coming into this demo, the classic Halo feel. Movement, aiming, jumping, vehicle controls, it's all gotta have that semi-floaty Halo feel to it, and I'm pleased to report that even in this very early state, Campaign Evolved is a good bit of the way there. No doubt they'll continue to tweak it over the coming months. This release has no official release date beyond 2026, by the way, but I would be stunned if it's not time to release at or very near the 25th anniversary of Halo Combat Evolved in November of next year. But there have been some gameplay modernizations implemented here that have been ported back from subsequent Halos into this remake, and while purists might bristle at it, most of these seem like they're for the best for a 2026 first-person shooter release.
Interesting. I underestimated the Covenant's understanding of Halo's subsystems.
For starters, vehicles are boardable and destructible now as they were in subsequent Halo games. That means a ghost can no longer torment you endlessly, nor are you effectively invulnerable in a Scorpion tank. On a related note, a fourth player can now sit on the back of a Warthog. Oh, and though I didn't get to try it out on the Silent Cartographer, the Wraith is drivable now too, as it first became in Halo 2. Also, any weapons the bad guys wield, you can too. As such, the energy sword is now in your tool belt if you take one off of the corpse of a gold elite. Halo Studios says that there will be 8 weapons from Campaign Evolved that aren't new to Halo, but are usable for the first time in Master Chief's first adventure. On the movement front, Sprint has also been added. It's not on a cooldown either. You can run endlessly. I could see this one annoying the Halo 1 purists most of all, but not only do the developers say that you can turn it off, you can also just not use it. I actually found it handy when running back down the beach towards my mission objective after I'd wandered off to go stare at more of the new Unreal Engine 5 rendered spaces. What about co-op? After Halo Studios fumbled that in Halo Infinite, you're probably wondering about it for the remake. 2-player split screen is confirmed, though sadly it wasn't available in my short preview build, and the development team also promises 4-player online co-op with full cross-play and cross-progression support. As for proper competitive multiplayer, though, unfortunately, the answer to that is right in the name of this remake: Campaign Evolved. There's no multiplayer here, which is a shame because it'd sure be fun to see Blood Gulch or Sidewinder or Hang 'em High in Unreal Engine 5 with online crossplay support. I asked Halo Studios about this, and executive producer Damon Kahn gave me an extremely media-trained answer, saying the team is, quote, very focused on recreating the original campaign that started it all, end quote, and continuing, quote, Halo Infinite and Master Chief Collection provide really great experiences for multiplayer, end quote. Well, sure they do. For Xbox and PC players, that doesn't really help new PS5 players fall in love with Halo's glorious multiplayer, though. Presumably, they didn't want to pull any players away from Master Chief Collection for this, and or adding full multiplayer support would have likely meant that the project couldn't get done in time for the 25th anniversary. But it's still disappointing. That led me to wonder about pricing. Would this be a full $70 release, or perhaps even $80 by the time it comes out, since Microsoft already tried to push to that price point this year? Or will it be priced lower, particularly since it's campaign only? The Halo Studios team would not say when I asked them directly, so this remains to be seen. Personally, $50 feels right for this, but that's just my opinion. I also think that $20 per month feels like the right price for Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Okay, so no multiplayer, but there is one significant addition that I'm legitimately excited about. A new 3-mission prequel campaign that revolves around Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson. This could be extremely cool, but unfortunately, that's literally all we know so far. In fact, Halo Studios wouldn't even tell me if it's accessible out of the box, or if you have to complete the campaign in order to unlock it. I also asked if they'd be repurposing existing music from the Halo 1 soundtrack to score these missions, or if they might commission something new. Dare I dream they reach out to Marty O'Donnell himself. And they, guess what, didn't have an answer for me there either.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to come out swinging.
Getting back to gameplay, I must say that I still had fun hooning across the beaches of the Silent Cartographer and a Warthog, my UNSC Marine buddies in the passenger and gunner seats, helping to mow down Covenant bad guys while I attempted to turn them into hood ornaments with my front bumper. Just like old times. I also manned the gun turret at one point to test out the friendly AI, and it still needs work. In fact, someone on the development team acknowledged this later without me bringing it up, so it's clearly something they're aware of. Honestly though, it's not something I'm even worried about when there's still probably upwards of a year of development time left. It's the same thing with the frame rate. No doubt some folks went straight to the comments to note any inconsistencies they saw, because I definitely noticed some. And while it's certainly important, it's not something that I'm sweating this far away from the end of the project.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The cartographer must be here.
Oh, and I should also mention that Halo Studios is adding skulls to Halo Campaign Evolved. Lots of them, in fact. Dozens was the word they used, with an emphasis on this remake having the most skulls of any Halo campaign ever. Replayability is clearly a focus for the studio here, which is understandable, given Halo's strong history in that department, as well as the lack of adversarial multiplayer, and hopefully the skulls will spice things up for Xbox players running through this thing for the umpteenth time. On that note, I couldn't help but wonder if PlayStation 5 players getting their first crack at Halo are really gonna care about this in a way that turns a lot of them into new fans of the franchise. It's a genuine question. I've got a lot of personal history with Halo, so I simply can't answer this one. For somebody with no nostalgia for Master Chief, will those players find Campaign Evolved as compelling as I found Combat Evolved? And if they do, then what? Will Halo Studios remake Halo 2 in Unreal Engine 5? And then 3? 4? 5? Reach? ODST? Infinite? Or will they just port the Master Chief Collection and Halo Infinite to PS5 to catch those players up? I asked the team about this and again got a very media-trained half answer. Quote, "There is an opportunity for us to grow the fan base," executive producer Damon Kahn told me. "We're bringing the most players we believe to Halo ever. And so that growth is what we're truly interested in. And again, I hinted before, this paves the way for future stories and Halos," end quote. And so as you can see, I'm still left with many unanswered questions about this remake project. But to Halo Studios' credit, this early demo did answer a couple of key ones about how good it would look and how Halo-y it would feel. So far, so good there. I'm very excited about the new 3-mission prequel campaign featuring Sergeant Johnson, as it will be the first new single-player content in a Halo game in, by that point, 5 years. Can Campaign Evolved relight Halo's spark? That's the biggest question of all, and it'll have to remain unanswered for a bit longer. For more on the latest upcoming games, don't miss our recent previews of Super Meat Boy 3D and Phantom Blade Zero. And for everything else in the world of gaming, stick with IGN.
Why hello there! It's just come to my attention that June will once again be taking place in the immediate future, and as has been the case in several of the previous iterations of June, new video games will be coming out in said month. So here are June 2026's biggest game releases. Before we get started, the usual disclaimer, we do our very best to make these videos accurate and timely, but stuff does slip through the cracks here and there. Sometimes we screw up because we're human beings, and other times stuff gets announced pretty last minute and we miss it because these videos do take time to make. For instance, two massively anticipated games dropped in May with just a few weeks' notice. Subnautica 2 hit early access on PC and Xbox Series on May 14th, something that wasn't announced until around April 30th, way after the video had already gone up, but clearly it didn't matter because it sold 2 million copies in like 12 hours. Meanwhile, Mina the Hollower, Yacht Club's first game that doesn't have the words shovel or knight in the title, but still involves digging lots of holes, that hit both Switches, the newer Xbox and PlayStations, PC, Mac, and yes, even Linux on May 29th. Considering that June is a month when historically a lot of big video game presentations take place, it is very likely that some of June's biggest games get release date announcements in June after we've already made this video you are presently watching. So for best results, always check your local listings. Now let's talk about what we do know about that has release dates. Most fantasy RPGs are designed for people who fantasize about playing the role of the hero. Well, what about the humble shopkeeper? Arcane Merchant is a cozy management sim where you're the one buying and selling rare loot and enchanted artifacts and magic potions from various adventurers and townsfolk, building strong customer relationships. On the other hand, or perhaps arm or neck or maybe even the lower back, if you ever wished for a game that was kind of like Power Wash Simulator, but with regrettably decorated human flesh instead of grimy building and vehicle exteriors, look no further than Tattoo Removal Simulator. Both of those games are on PC on June 1st because, of course, they're on PC. If you'd like to try your hand at crafting with some handcrafted critters, there's Odd Fauna, Secret of the Terra Beast, which hits early access on the 2nd. It's a systemic sandbox with some gorgeous Leica Studios-like visuals, so if you like things Leica-like, you should give it a look. Among the Sleep is a first-person narrative horror game played from the perspective of a 2-year-old, which was originally released way back in 2014 for consoles and PC, and if you were only 2 years old when it first came out, now you can check it out for yourself on Android and iOS on June 2nd, and there's even a free demo. On June 3rd, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes to Xbox Series and Switch 2, which is the second installment in the as-of-yet unfinished trilogy of games remaking the classic 1997 JRPG. You probably knew that already. Here's hoping they announce Part 3 pretty soon. What do you think they're gonna call it? Final Fantasy Reborn or Return? Is that too obvious? Maybe Final Fantasy Reno after that one guy from the game. Or Riku, who's from a different Final Fantasy. Or Ramza. Or Regis. Or maybe they'll just put a bunch of weird, emoji and wingdings in there. You know what? Square Enix has the tendency to name things some pretty stupid stuff. Anyway, still that day, the spooky cowboy boomer shooter Blood West gets an endless roguelite mode with Scavengers DLC on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Hey, you remember House Flipper, that 2018 game about renovating and reselling houses to turn a profit? Well, great news, because House Flipper Remastered Collection takes that dusty old fixer-upper as well as all of its DLC and gives it a fresh coat of paint, some new faucets, and perhaps a dash of shiplap so you can buy it all over again. That one's on Xbox Series, PS5, and PC, and if you already own some of the DLCs, the owners are willing to go slightly below asking, so give it a shot. Calx hits PC that day as well. That's a third-person action game with a dash of puzzles and platforming that looks like a cross between Sable and Chants of Sennar and Saros, and I'm always happy to see another game that is clearly taking some visual cues from Jean Giraud, aka Mobius. If you want to do some cozy, whimsical puzzles, you should take a gander at Swan Song, which not only features songs, it also has an actual swan. Imagine that. Even better, not only does this game look finished, it also has a title, which is more than you can say for those other half-assed, phoned-in games about waterfowl. Looking at you, the unfinished swan and untitled goose game. Finish that swan. Title that goose. If you would like to do some puzzles while being startled by phantasms, The Seventh Guest remake is in fact a remake of The Seventh Guest, which is one of those games I remember being so scared of as a kid I was afraid to go near the box in CompUSA. And now, it doesn't look scary at all to me, but maybe that's because since becoming an adult, everything else has become so much scarier in real life than any video game could possibly be. That one's on Xbox Series, PS5, and PC on June 4th. A month before the actual 2026 Tour de France kicks off, Tour de France 2026, the video game hits PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. And if the idea of riding bicycles through the placid European countryside isn't hardcore enough, on PC that day you can also snag Pro Cycling Manager 26, wherein you play as the guy who, I don't know, figures out the budget for shorts or something, gets these guys mineral water sponsorships, perhaps drives alongside them, feeding them calorie-dense food out of the window of a Citroen or something. I don't know what a cycling manager does. If any cycling enthusiasts take umbrage with my good-natured skewing of this comically aerodynamic sport, well, as the Australians say, on your bike. On June 5th, 2026, Masters of the Universe hits theaters, and if seeing it gets you all pumped up about Trapjaw and Fisto and Ram Man and all those other half-naked degenerates, you're in luck because you can go home and play the co-op deck builder Legends Unite on Amazon Luna, which is free for Prime members. That same day, if you want to venture into a considerably darker fantasy realm that doesn't have Orco in it but has plenty of orcs, Gothic Remake hits Xbox Series, PS5, and PC. This is a full overhaul of what is hailed as a classic RPG that I was totally unfamiliar with up until the remake got announced, and I think that might have something to do with when it was released. The original Gothic was released in North America exclusively on PC in late November 2001 during what is possibly the best holiday season in console gaming history. Gothic dropped a week after the GameCube and original Xbox were released, and within the same 3-month span that saw the launches of Halo Combat Evolved, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Grand Theft Auto 3, Devil May Cry, Silent Hill 2, Metal Gear Solid 2, Eco, Jak and Daxter, SSX Tricky, Burnout, and Max Payne 1's console versions. So yeah, I imagine Gothic slipped through the cracks for some other people too. But hey, it's got a remake now, so you can check it out in all of its console and PC glory. Oh, and if you're a purist and you prefer to experience Gothic in its original form, that one's getting ported to both PlayStations and Xbox in late July, which is a little bit weird timing-wise. I feel like usually you drop the original to drum up interest in the remake, not the other way around, but what do I know? I'll tell you what I know. On June 8th, Solarpunk hits all of the newer consoles and PC, which is a brightly colored, vaguely cozy-looking survival game about harnessing the powers of the sun to develop your floating islands. And look, I don't want to be that guy, but how is this remotely punk? I get that it's a play on cyberpunk, which has in turn been spun off into steampunk, dieselpunk, biopunk, decopunk, nanopunk, and so on. Generally, whatever the prefix to the punk is suggests a society built around a corresponding technology, but I feel like the punk part also denotes an implicitly beat-up, grimy, possibly dystopian aesthetic as well. The world of Solarpunk looks not just competently assembled and well cared for to a utopian degree. 20 seconds into the trailer, they craft a f***ing piano and acoustic guitar, which is about as punk as Mumford & Sons is death metal. Anyway, Solarpunk looks like a perfectly pleasant game. I'm just being pedantic. This is what happens when I spend all day jacked into cyberspace staring at a screen instead of frolicking in the sunshine. I promise I will go touch grass after I'm done shooting this video. Voidling Bound is a third-person creature collector that'll have you hatching, evolving, and wrangling some cool little monsters. This game kind of reminds me of Skylanders. If Skylanders was a kid you went to middle school with and then didn't run into until like junior year of college, and they had changed, but like for the better, but they still kind of reminded you of the kid you knew in middle school. I mean that in a good way. It looks like Skylanders grew up a little bit, but also it doesn't look that much like Skylanders. That is on PC, June 9th, with console versions coming sometime later on. That same day, NBA The Run hits Xbox Series, PS5, and PC, which is a 3v3 basketball game reminiscent of NBA Street, but with way less of a dress code and also a bit of NBA Jam because players will periodically do basketball so hard that they start emitting glowing auras like they're about to beat up Majin Buu or something. Side note, I would absolutely love a Dragon Ball Z basketball game. How sick would that be? You could dunk on somebody so hard that it would level the entire stadium, but the hoop would, of course, still be standing. You could have a mode that's like horse, but instead of spelling horse, you gotta sink 7 baskets with the 7 Dragon Balls so you can summon Shenron and make a wish. Wish for stuff. I don't know what you wish for. If you're more into Eye of Newt than Ball of Basket, Witchspire is a magical survival game where you and your coven can help banish corruption from a handcrafted open world, and that one is hitting early access on June 10th. On June 11th, Monopoly Star Wars Heroes vs. Star Wars Villains is a team-based spin on an old favorite that combines characters from Lucasfilm's most lucrative intellectual property and their respective abilities with everyone's favorite 120-year-old board game originally designed to demonstrate the dangers of unchecked capitalism. That one's on PS5, Xbox Series, both Switches, and PC. Pre-order today and get dice skins based on fan-favorite characters Clone Trooper and Jawa. Houdini! If there are two seemingly unrelated things that have found more success together than Star Wars and Monopoly, it's Barbie and horses. And on June 16th, Barbie Horse Ride and Rescue comes galloping onto iOS and Android. My producer Amanda said that June's game release list was a little bit thin and she wasn't f***ing around. On June 17th, a couple of indie games from either end of the indie spectrum drop. There's iOS, Android, and Switch 2 ports of the 2025 narrative puzzle game And Roger, a very serious game that might make you feel big feelings. And then on PS5, Xbox Series, Switch 2, and PC, there's Dense Attack, which is a much less serious game about a bullet train that does skateboard tricks, which might also make you feel some big feelings, but like big, loud, fun, extreme feelings, not the sad kind. If you rally like driving, you might also appreciate #Drive Rally, a stylized arcade racer about the kind of racing where the cars have to do lots of skidding and steering on twisty-turny roads of the paved and dirt variety. Drive Rally has already done a few laps on PC, but on the 18th it is screeching onto PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch 1. A Type R is a model of Honda Civic well suited to rally driving, not to be confused with R-Type, which is a long-running shmup series about spaceships and lasers. Usually it's a fast-paced, reflex-intensive bullet hell, but sometimes it's a bit more of a strategic, turn-based tactical simulation affair. R-Type Tactics 1 and 2 Cosmos is a remake of the original 2008 PSP game, released in the US as R-Type Command, and its sequel, Operation Bitter Chocolate. If that sounds like a sweet deal, you can grab it for everything but Xbox One. Finally, on the 18th, something that is actually brand new is The Adventures of Elliot: The Millennium Tales, a brand new action RPG from the team behind Octopath Traveler and Bravely Default, which features more of those gorgeous HD 2D visuals. That one is on all the newer consoles and PC. If you prefer Octagon Battlers to Octopath Travelers, or are just a fan of video games with titles that are like 75% abbreviations, EA's UFC 26 hits Xbox Series and PS5 on the 19th, and after it hits them, it does a few kicks, and then a little headlock, and then it winds up rolling on the floor grappling with them for a while until someone taps out or loses consciousness, and subsequently their Monster Energy sponsorship. If you want a cozy game about burnout, but also managing a tea shop developed by a supergroup of indie luminaries whose past work includes the Stanley Parable, Minecraft, and Gone Home, give Wanderstop a shot. That one's already on PC, Xbox Series, and PS5, but on the 23rd it wanders onto Switch and Switch 2, so you can take a break from work and go play it in your favorite cozy, warm beverage serving establishment. On June 25th, Switch 2 owners get a brand new game that isn't on anything else unless you count Nintendo 64 and 3DS and sort of Wii U, and that game is Star Fox. Might be a little bit of a drag for die-hard fans that this is largely a better-looking version of a game they've already played a few times, but keep in mind it's also an entry point to the franchise for a whole new generation of players. Hopefully, it attracts enough new fans to necessitate a 100% brand new Star Fox game, but hopefully those fans don't get so interested in the titular Vulpine pilot that they feel it's necessary to draw pictures of him doing inappropriate things with his woodland colleagues. Please don't do that. If you're good on dog fights with actual dogs and you'd prefer some proverbial cat fights involving human women, Dead or Alive 6 Last Round is a souped-up, upgraded version of Team Ninja's 2019 entry in the storied 3D Brawler series, the next installment of which is currently in development, and which will probably get its souped-up, upgraded version 7 years from now for PlayStation 6 and Xbox Avenue Q, or whatever they decide to call it. And in the meantime, DOA 6 Last Round is on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. It's the game where you can make people fight. And there you have it, those are June 2026's biggest games. Last month I asked you if I should keep reading the platforms for each game, and enough of you said that you appreciate that extra information that I'd figure I would just keep doing it. There's enough stuff that gets slightly shittier each month as is, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As always, if there's anything we missed, shout it out in the comments and let me know what you're playing. And also, as always, a big huge thank you to Amanda and Chris and Logan for helping this video come together each and every month. And of course, an even bigger thank you to you, wonderful person who's taken the time to watch this video all the way to the end. I appreciate you. I'll be back next month with a look at July's biggest games to hopefully distract you from the harrowing reality that we are hurtling into the second half of 2026. I'll see you then.
The glittering streets of Avalon sure do shine, because they swoop their filth down to us.
Get your paper in! Who's for a paper?
Here's to playing in the mud. Life here ain't for the soft-hearted.
You will be paying me back until you fucking rust.
It ain't for the spineless.
Keep your filthy pickers off me!
And it sure as shite ain't for the decent.
That's a clean sweep for what a...
has been a crime! Justice itself has been affronted! I have been burgled!
Lord Griswick.
Burgled!
Yes, I got that part. Do you know anyone who might wish you ill? We can't arrest and question everyone. Let's see if we can narrow the suspects down a bit.
They were,
Trust your instincts, sir.
tall,
Yes, sir.
built rather slim, well, muscular. Was very quick, agile,
Go on.
with a mustache. No, larger.
I see.
Quite fashionable. That's the fiend who robbed me.
They got my good side this time. Breaking in is the easy part.
Your brandy, sir.
Getting away with it is the real trick.
These candlesticks ain't gold. Worthless and dull, just like you. Nah, I have a customer. How can I help you?
I'd rather talk to you, Errol. Sounds like I'll get a better deal.
You talk to me first, and him never. Got it?
Uncle's a bit touchy, ain't he, Errol?
Touchy? I say I'm touchy! There. Anything else you'd care to say to Errol? Brains. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Round here, it's all sharp edges, empty pockets, and blood on the cobbles. Goodbye, Silas.
No!
I'll hurt you, you fucking meatsack! I'll leave you with a pissing bed of peaches!
You'd either got a gang at your back, or a knife in it.
We're family here. Family takes care of its own.
Can't put a price on that, can you?
Them's in charge. They don't keep order, they keep power.
Take this thing into the crucible and melt it.
They just want us beaten, broken, and too scared to fight back.
I don't want to kill him.
That's why it pays to be clever and well-armed. Let's go and end a few arguments. Don't get cocky. They've got a weapon far worse. Time. And if they can rewrite history, they can rewrite us. But look who just found Mummy's keys. Now I can fiddle with time. Put the bullet back in the barrel. Bring the chaos to a crawl. Take a mistake and make it like it never happened. We can change the world as we know it. One choice at a time. And I can even go back and change the past to change the future. And let me tell ya, the hunters don't like it when the rabbits got the gun.
Now let me alone and piss off!
Play it day one with Game Pass.
This city is a miracle of progress. A finely tuned, delicately balanced machine. But it only takes one rebellious little gear to ruin everything. If you resist my rule, if you alter our past, if you threaten what I have built, there is nowhere in space or time where I will not destroy you.
Oh no. What did I do?
Any last words before my friend puts one in your skull?
Play it day one with Game Pass.
While The Elder Scrolls and The Witcher are often seen as the benchmark of Western role-playing games, the Gothic series from former developer Piranha Bytes is also worthy of recognition within the upper echelon of the subgenre. The original Gothic and its sequels became cult classics for the scale of player choice and free-form, open-ended exploration within their dark fantasy setting, which has even inspired developers at CD Projekt Red and Warhorse Studios with their work in the genre. With the upcoming remake of Gothic 1, developer Alchemia Interactive is giving the original game a reappraisal not only to showcase its lasting strengths, but also to expand the world and its community of characters to create a more satisfying, consequence-driven setting. We were able to get an exclusive first look at a brand new quest line added in the Gothic remake, along with seeing just how much of an upgrade the remake aims to give the classic dark fantasy RPG.
If there's a way out of here, I'll find it.
Another one of those. Finally. Just great.
Players take on the role of a nameless hero trapped within a mining colony taken over by prisoners. After a magical ritual seals the colony underneath an impenetrable barrier, turning it into a lawless state, the hero is tasked with finding one of the few magic users hiding away from the brewing conflict amongst rival factions. As the hero navigates the world that the prisoners have made within the colony, they'll pick up new skills, uncover ways to take down opposing groups, and potentially find a way to destroy the barrier sealing the colony. The original Gothic was essentially a dark fantasy spin on John Carpenter's Escape from New York, resulting in a notably darker take on a role-playing game in 2001. But the hook that really made Gothic a seminal RPG was its approach to open-world gameplay, which, in 2001, was still finding its footing. Essentially, you're tasked with uncovering the mystery behind the barrier however you see fit. The remake does well to maintain the original strengths in player choice and the web of characters with their own agendas, all while making noticeable upgrades to storytelling that creates better context to deepen that setting.
What do you want?
Lee sent me. What are you doing out here? Looking for magical vibrations?
The remake largely sticks to the original structure and style, and the developers put a particular focus on upgrading the foundations and scale of the core game. In that sense, the developers aren't going for a big reimagining. It's really more about remaking Gothic 1 with modern visual and gameplay flourishes that new and returning players can appreciate. Generally, the upgrades in visual style, gameplay, and storytelling really do wonders to flesh out the dark fantasy world of Gothic further, enhancing the sense of navigating a bleak yet still intriguing setting that can fall into chaos at any moment. However, I couldn't help but feel that the remake's scope felt more like a souped-up 2000s PC or original Xbox-era game, which sometimes felt a bit overly modest. Still, it does aim to capture the tone and vibe of Gothic, which it succeeds well at so far.
The vibrations are getting stronger. We're getting closer.
Gothic also has a particularly unique approach to character growth, which is often decided by what your playstyle is and which side you landed with to receive training, such as the Brotherhood of the Sleeper faction, who believe that an ancient god was responsible for the barrier. Along with learning advanced fighting styles and ranged combat, you can also figure out how to scale walls, forge new gear, and pick up magical spells that allow for mind control and transformation. The consequences of these choices as you navigate the colony can result in some drastically different outcomes for quests and character interactions.
Look who it is.
It all ties into the hard-edged approach of classic Gothic, which the remake is aiming to retain for the most part. There are, of course, very welcome changes to combat, navigation, and tracking of key quests, and a new glossary to make this adventure more manageable. The core action still retains the look and clunky flow of early 2000s action RPG combat, which certainly has an appeal, but it feels easier to grasp this time around, thanks to enhanced movement, lock-on, and modern combat physics. However, you can still easily find yourself in a bad spot by making some ill-advised decisions or picking fights with those who can easily overpower you. That said, if certain players want to take on a more daring approach and cut through the island and nearly every inhabitant, the developers stated that you can do that as well. In our exclusive footage, we got to see a new quest line added in for the remake, focusing on the hero helping the water mage Mixer, a familiar character from the sequels. The remake gives Mixer a new storyline in the first entry, in which the hero helps him acquire new magic on the coast near the colony. It's a new addition that not only expands the setting's scope, but also showcases the deeper lore running throughout the series. But where the remake aims to leave a bigger mark is in the expanded storytelling and characterization of the colony's inhabitants. According to Reinhard Paulus, the studio head of Alchemia Interactive, One of the critical upgrades they wanted was to add more context and character depth for all supporting NPCs. In addition to nearly every character having their own daily routines and agendas, the added storytelling does more to make different characters feel less one-dimensional and to further a sense of moral ambiguity in Gothic. This, in turn, expands opportunities for player choice and the sense of consequence within the story.
Do you do everything the mages ask of you?
Within reason. Generally speaking, though, yeah, as long as they pay.
An especially welcome change happening with the remake is the more respectful representation of female characters. A controversial aspect of the 2001 game was the presence of enslaved women in the colony who were background characters and non-interactable. But in the remake, female characters are more developed with proper agency who the hero can learn more about. Another welcome addition to the remake is the expansion of the Orc faction as more than just a one-dimensional antagonist. This is a great upgrade because it further aligns with Gothic's approach to navigating by using every outlet and connection you have to accomplish your goals. There's often a tricky balance with examining what to re-examine and what to keep when remaking games, but the Gothic 1 remake from Alchemia Interactive certainly looks to give the original series a much-needed reappraisal in the right ways. Along with leaning even further into the stories that are made with every choice, it's making some commendable updates for storytelling and removing some unsavory aspects of the 2001 version. And so far, Gothic 1 Remake has the makings for a worthy reinvention of a classic RPG series. For more on the latest upcoming games, check out our recent previews of Saros and Outbound. And of course, for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
After 25 years, Gothic is back with the release of Gothic 1 Remake. The classic RPG has been rebuilt from the ground up for modern consoles thanks to the implementation of current-gen graphics, all while preserving the gameplay that makes Gothic 1 a classic. If you're new to the series, or it's been a while since your own visit to the Valley of the Mines, here are 6 things you need to know about Gothic 1 Remake. Presented by THQ Nordic. As a nameless messenger, you're tasked with delivering a letter of great importance to a mage inside the Valley of the Mines. The mines have been sealed by a spell gone wrong, and factions have sprung up inside the Great Dome as prisoners, magicians, and nobles alike try to take control of the situation. Who you decide to ally yourself with and who you will betray is entirely up to you as you explore the sequestered sector of the Kingdom of Myrtana.
Word is you were behind the schism of the swamp camp. That true?
I guess that's one way to put it.
And let's be real, it won't be an easy journey. When you begin Gothic 1, you'll have nearly no skills, no reputation, and no gear. Just like real life. You'll have to introduce yourself to the various factions, try to earn their trust by helping people out, and then receive training from NPCs to get better with certain attributes like strength and dexterity. You'll need these stat improvements because combat in this game is very punishing if you aren't equipped for it. Just one stray creature off the beaten path will eat you for breakfast when you're just getting started, so don't go out into the wilderness unprepared. Finding some better equipment through quests and exploration will also go a long way toward increasing your chances of survival. In Gothic 1, the world and everything in it is moving around you. NPCs have their own routines, the weather and time of day changes dynamically, and monsters in the world have their own stomping grounds too. So don't go expecting to find people manning the stalls in the market when it's midnight. Everyone's gonna be in bed. And don't turn your back on someone's favor lightly. You may just find yourself punished for your deeds if you upset the wrong people.
Do you do everything the mages ask of you?
Within reason. Generally speaking, though, yeah, as long as they pay.
It's been 25 years since the release of Gothic, and the team at Alchemia Interactive have been hard at work remaking the entire game from the ground up in Unreal Engine 5. This provides Gothic 1 Remake a modern presentation that's at home on current-gen consoles and PCs, while simultaneously preserving the atmosphere, satisfying progression, and role-playing decisions of the original game. Not only is all the game's original content here, but it has all been expanded upon as well. Numerous quests have been added, NPCs have expanded routines, you can also make use of brand new traversal abilities, and combat has seen an overhaul to make gameplay more fluid while remaining as deliberate and tactical as ever. Extra story details have been added to the world of Gothic in this remake, crafted by none other than Nicholas Samuel Lietzau, known for being the project lead and lead writer for the excellent Enderall series of overhaul mods. Any and all additions to the game not only seek to match the tone and spirit of the original, but enhance and elevate it, all while leaving plenty of room for the original content in the game to shine. Who will you decide to help in the war for control of the Valley of the Mines? Will you lie, cheat, and steal? Or serve and protect the people who promise to help you? The choices are yours to make. Gothic 1 Remake is available now on Steam, Xbox Series X and S, and PlayStation 5. For more on Gothic 1 Remake and all things video games, stick with IGN.
We've known for years that the entire games industry would give Grand Theft Auto 6 the widest berth possible, but this week's State of Play has proven Rockstar's behemoth as some kind of carjacking Moses, parting the Red Sea of releases and pushing tides of competition aside. As a result, it seems like almost the entire end-of-year slate of releases has been forced into a single month. GTA 6 has turned September into a video game battle royale, and it's potentially going to be a bigger bloodbath than anything we saw in the Wolverine trailer. There are now 5 of what I'd consider heavy hitters wrestling for space in September. The Blood of Dawnwalker has a head start, launching on September the 3rd, but this massive vampire RPG has only 2 weeks of freedom before Marvel's Wolverine slices its way onto the scene on September the 15th. The following week, there's 3 games in 2 days: Control Resonant and Silent Hill Townfall, both landing on September the 24th, and Onimusha Way of the Sword the day after.
I am Suten Tochi, Miyamoto Musashi, the fool who seeks strength yet rejects the power of the Oni.
Arriving around these 5 are a number of other significant games that will be fighting for any attention they can get. Illphonic's Halloween creeps into stores on September the 8th, the long-awaited Warhammer 40,000 Dawn of War 4 drop pods in on September 17th, and the Trails in the Sky Second Chapter remake arrives the same day. The console version of Dune Awakening carefully steps into place on September 22nd, and in the first couple of days of October, there's Ubisoft's 3D remake of Rayman Legends, a remaster of Dynasty Warriors 3, and the brand new Ace Combat 8.
These guys belong to you, Rex. Go take what's yours.
And that's just the stuff we already know about. Xbox's showcase later this week will almost certainly reveal a September or October launch for Gears of War E-Day. Rumours all have us expecting Nintendo to throw an Ocarina of Time remake into the world later this year, and we're still without release dates for Star Wars Zero Company and Halo Campaign Evolved. September stands to get even busier, and the competition even fiercer.
Rock and roll, rock and roll!
Every single one of these games has their own dedicated fanbase, be that niche or gargantuan, and so each will sell a respectable number of copies. But this tidal wave of competitors, a slew of games that all look really good, will no doubt erode away at the potential winnings. Even the most dedicated player can't be expected to buy into this entire buffet, and so some of the dishes are inevitably going to go cold. It feels like storm clouds are brewing over Control Resonant developer Remedy, the incredibly talented Finnish studio whose visionary games never quite connect with the size of audience they deserve. FBC Firebreak understandably cost the company. Few people were looking for a merely okay live service shooter in the 2020s, but Remedy has struggled with sales even on its critically adored projects. It took over a year for Alan Wake 2 to make a profit. The company's new CEO, former EA studio head Jean-Charles Godechon, has already said that Remedy's unique approach must be protected, and I can only hope that he can find a way to successfully weather the storm. But while Remedy's struggles paint Control Resident as the most vulnerable of all of September's releases, almost none of these games are guaranteed slam dunks. Marvel's Wolverine will likely enjoy the smoothest ride. The next chapter in Insomniac's Marvel series, it's already looking incredibly good, and it's the exact sort of thing a great deal of PlayStation owners are locked in for.
Son of a bitch!
While Logan isn't quite as popular as Peter Parker, and so probably not destined to beat Spider-Man 2's record of the fastest selling PlayStation Studios game in a 24-hour period, it's nonetheless almost guaranteed to shift copies faster than a fastball special. But it's worth remembering those reports of concern over Spider-Man 2's spiraling budget. If Insomniac didn't get that under control for Wolverine, it may need to sell many millions to break even. Not an ideal situation when there will be folks holding onto their cash as they wait for GTA 6. The Blood of Dawnwalker faces its own hurdles too. This deeply ambitious RPG is helmed by the director of The Witcher 3, whose new studio Rebel Wolves includes multiple veterans of CD Projekt Red among its staff. The game looks great, but the busy period poses many threats. Will PlayStation owners want to embark on a 50 to 70 hour RPG when Wolverine is just around the corner? And will Geralt fans, now safe in the knowledge that there's a brand new expansion for The Witcher 3 arriving next year, be willing to give this one a miss in exchange for some of September's shorter offerings that can be completed before GTA arrives on the scene? Debut projects are often a make or break situation, and I really hope that being the first of the September games, arriving after what appears to be the classic long summer drought, plays in Dawnwalker's favour.
I'm just trying to save my family.
It may be that those who don't have Rebel Wolf's head start on the action may reconsider their position, certainly after the likes of Summer Games Fest and the Xbox Showcase add even more dates to the pile. We've already seen Phantom Blade Zero abandon its September 9th launch in favour of October 29th, a date that's perilously close to GTA 6's D-Day of November the 19th, but free from the competition of a glut of third-person action games where you cut things up with blades. Developer S-Game puts the delay down to important last-minute refinements, but intentional or otherwise, stepping outside the September battle arena will likely be beneficial for this incredibly stylish action RPG. Phantom Blade Zero's 50-day gamble is nothing compared to some though. The parting of this Red Sea of releases means there's a near and a far side, and we've already seen a couple of games that were originally destined for 2026 make a tactical backslide into next year. Playground Games' reboot of Fable, which had been promised to release this year after being delayed out of 2025, has now repositioned itself for a February 2027 launch. Xbox's Matt Booty provided a straightforward reason for this, so it can have the dedicated moment it deserves. There's no easy victory within the shadow cast by GTA 6, and so there's no shame in stepping backwards for a second time. Also backflipping into February 2027 is Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis, the flashy remake of Lara Croft's original 1996 adventure. Yes, this means Crystal Dynamics and Flying Wild Hog's celebration of Lara's origins misses its intended 30th anniversary launch, but those few months could buy Tomb Raider a much stronger victory. It also potentially means we'll get 2 outings with Lara next year, as Tomb Raider Catalyst, a brand new game that will push the series' timeline forward for the first time since 2008's Underworld, is also due to launch in 2027. There are other shifts too. The Witcher 3's Songs of the Past expansion was originally planned to launch this year, but was pushed to 2027 to achieve the best possible result. While that may refer to development polish, there's no denying that Geralt's One Last Hurrah will enjoy more attention if it stays outside of GTA 6's gravity well. And as this week continues, with Summer Games Fest, the Xbox Game Showcase, and others announcing new dates, we'll likely see this space around GTA become increasingly defined. Few will brave arriving within weeks of the biggest game of all time. Some will try to get ahead of it, others will find safety in 2027. And as September fills up, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a scattering of last-minute dashes as developers and publishers realise that the 9th month of 2026 wasn't quite the safe haven that they thought it would be.
Hey, if you got friends, can you hook me?
September is going to be tough, both for avid players attempting to find a way to play everything that they're interested in, and developers fighting for the sort of attention that's basically a lifeline in this industry right now. It's undeniably an exciting time. Almost every game I've mentioned is something I want to play, and it's clear that the games industry has so much to offer this year beyond the open world crime simulator that's on everyone's wishlist. I just hope the impossible task of navigating GTA 6 doesn't mean that there's devastating casualties along the way. For more like this, check out Jim's video, which discusses how State of Play showed that there's more to AAA than just GTA 6, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
If GTA 6 costs £100, I will eat a bag of raw onions. I swear, it's not going to happen. They won't do it. But what if they did? Well, let's explore that. I don't want to eat a bag of raw onions. They're calling it the biggest entertainment launch of all time. A record GTA 6 is set to smash, currently held by none other than its own direct predecessor.
Yeah, whatever you say.
It seems like a no-brainer that developers Rockstar and publisher Take-Two will be popping champagne corks like a 21-gun salute come November. But will it be a party or a funeral? The only difference, after all, is context. GTA 5 remains one of the most expensive games ever made, with a combined development and marketing budget believed to be well over $250 million.
What?
Numbers already utterly eclipsed by GTA 6's protracted, beleaguered development cycle, which has been marred by hostile data breaches, various internal struggles, but is also reportedly spending unfathomable resources on realistic details like breakable glass and water physics, the ballooning price of car insurance. I'm making that up, that's not a factor. Now, this wouldn't exactly be a left field move from the studio that brought you seasonally affected horse genitals, so it's doubly unsurprising that GTA 6 is currently believed to be well over $1 billion into its practically infinite budget. And that's before the promised 2026 marketing blitz has even kicked off in earnest. In short, GTA 6 will have to be one of the best-selling games of all time just to break even. To be considered a success worthy of the time and money that's been crammed into it, the expectations are mind-altering. Anything less than 20 million sales on day one, likely considered a disappointment. This thing could make more money than Pablo Escobar and still trigger a load of layoffs because we live in hell. With the global economy teetering on the edge of disaster and a runaway cost of living crisis that's eating every last penny of disposable income out of the average household budget, it won't take much to turn a chorus of champagne corks into a firing squad aimed directly at the games industry's already exposed guts. And so, Take-Two CEO is right to be terrified. If they get something as fundamental as the base price wrong, the results could be apocalyptic, not just for his company, but for the games industry at large. Despite the eye-watering amount of money spaffed during its protracted development, GTA 6 is going to make money gland over fist. That's not in dispute. The question is whether it makes enough, and with so many stakeholders involved, enough is a difficult concept to nail down. So that's the first problem GTA 6 has. It could do more business than any video game before it and still fall short of expectations. Nobody wants the next Rockstar game to be WrestleMania 32, do you know what I mean? The concept of success in the corporate bureaucracy of a publicly traded company is arcane, ever-changing, and subject to factors completely outside anyone's control. We live in a vast, interconnected global economy that runs on chaos theory. A proverbial butterfly flaps its wings or grounds an oil tanker, and all of a sudden there's a hurricane on the other side of the planet, or a banana now costs $20 in Ohio. You know, had GTA 6 come out during its initial release window, there probably wouldn't have even been a question mark about its price tag. That in itself is kind of unprecedented, but now it finds itself releasing in an existentially frightening year for all tech and creative industries, where the spiraling cost of making and selling computer hardware is killing businesses and turning casual hobbies into expensive luxuries, where middle-class consumers are struggling more and more to justify any frivolous expenses because the energy and food bills they used to barely think about are now all-consuming. For an increasing amount of people, even the now standard MSRP of $70 is out of the question for a piece of entertainment, no matter how hyped or hotly anticipated it is. And the higher that number goes, the more people are just going to wait for a sale. In a world enthralled to the knee-jerk whims of the stock market, any major hit to those crucial first few weeks of sales could be a major problem for Take-Two, and also present a cat among the pigeons in terms of wider industry investment. If the industry is so screwed that even its biggest golden goose fails to lay enough eggs, then what hope does any other project have? Yes, that would be a stupid, unnuanced, self-sabotaging conclusion for investors to draw, but boardroom capitalism is often an arena of bullshit and vibes. In short, perception is everything. If GTA is too expensive, it might miss targets in that initial window of launch week hype, and the consequences of that would be ludicrously far-reaching. However, A diminished short-term performance of GTA 6 might not be an issue, as it will likely, eventually, provide the basis for a GTA Online 2.0. Much of the reason that GTA 5 continues to enjoy such longevity as a going concern is because of its ever-growing, ever-evolving online component, and its capacity for printing seemingly infinite money is the reason why Rockstar is allowed to spend nearly a decade ploughing billions into the GTA 6 furnace while the rest of the industry simply burns down. But without a reasonably low barrier to entry, the next Grand Theft Auto Online might face an uphill battle for attendance, with its chief competition being its own predecessor that Rockstar will continue supporting beyond GTA 6's release. Now, it's not a given that GTA Online's current players will make the jump. Convincing people to go from an established, content-rich platform to essentially starting again from scratch is an age-old problem faced by anyone cultivating a large online community. We've seen it in hero shooters, we've seen it in MMOs, we've seen it in forums. At some point, growth requires new pastures, but you can't make people eat grass. We've seen the unthinkable happen before in Red Dead Online, once tipped to be a sister or successor project to its GTA equivalent that is now, more or less, abandoned by the devs because, well, it just didn't have the juice. Now, an online western is a very different proposition to the chaotic urban playground provided by GTA Online, but both projects shared much of their core DNA, and there was no reason to think back then, with the runaway success of Red Dead 2, that Red Dead Online couldn't tap new audiences and do as well or even better than its stablemate. But it simply wasn't to be. It just didn't happen. And sometimes things just don't happen. You know, like Lisa Scott Lee's solo career, you can't have everything. GTA 6's long-term prospects are currently very precarious, which means that Rockstar's position in the industry as a studio whose entire USP is the ability to plow infinite money into everything it does is also precarious. And finally, the real issue here is that so much of the games industry finds itself both scared by and dependent on the success of one single project. Every time GTA 6's release date changes, the rest of the industry reorganises itself to give it a wide berth, like Moses parting the Red Sea with knob gags. It has affected the lives and livelihoods of countless people who aren't even directly involved with GTA, but whose own studios and publishers have to navigate the choppy waters left in its wake. And the games media ecosystem is in a state of constant flux right now, as we keep betting the farm on a big GTA 6 content push that has so far failed to materialise twice. And this has led directly to a lot of the turmoil you've seen in that side of the industry. It shouldn't be like this. Our industry long touted itself as recession-proof and entirely insulated from petty, mainstream ideas of what constitutes art, what constitutes a valid pastime. Now we find ourselves at the hard, bleeding edge of the consequences of a world order in its death throes. A civilization on the brink. How did we get to a place where the most important piece of media in my lifetime is, as much as I adore it, a willfully stupid game about car theft and blowjobs?
Wow, life is really empty.
GTA 6, I believe, will be brilliant and do a phenomenal amount of business by any reasonable standard. It's unthinkable to suggest otherwise, frankly, but we live in a time of the unthinkable becoming reality. And on that basis, we need to brace ourselves for the possibility that GTA 6, rather than being the saviour of the video games industry, the thing that's going to take us back like a time machine to the good old days, might overshoot and take us all the way back to 1983 and trigger the next big video game crash. Which, as a British person, I plan to do what we did before and simply ride it out playing Chucky Egg. I mean, what video game crash? What the f***'s an Atari? If you've enjoyed this edition of The Trinket Perspective, take a look at my playlist on IGN, it's full of good stuff. And if you think I'm talking rubbish, please, by all means, tell me in the comments. Or not, you know, if you want to be nice, do that as well. It's fine, I won't read it anyway, I will read it.
We are not ready. We could all die tonight, we don't even get a choice.
I'm Ryan McCaffrey with IGN, and I am joined by my friend Mark Medina. Mark, you made the trek down to Infinity Ward in Los Angeles in secret, in the dead of night.
Yeah.
With your night vision goggles on.
Yeah.
To go check out Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4.
Mm-hmm.
It is the new one this year. It's just been unveiled. It is out on October 23rd, and you got yourself some multiplayer hands-on, did you not?
I did. I played probably like 2 hours of multiplayer just across the various modes, against just other media personalities and creators and stuff like that. It was a good time.
So you came back, and your preview article on IGN is headlined, Modern Warfare 4 feels like the first truly next-gen Call of Duty.
Yeah.
You kind of came away with 9 points, like 9 key differences, 9 key changes, but can you kind of explain what you mean when you say feels like the first truly next-gen Call of Duty?
Yeah, Call of Duty's always kind of known to push graphical fidelity and all that kind of good stuff. But no matter how good something looks on PS5, right, it still has to serve the Xbox One and PlayStation 4, right? So even up to Black Ops 7, that has to be able to run on the 2013 PS4 and VCR Xbox One. And so it's one of those things where it's like when you play it, you're like, oh, this looks great. This looks so good. And then you jump into Modern Warfare for the first time and you're like, oh, never mind. No, Black Ops 7 looked not that great. Never mind. This is what looks good. And it's like, it's immediately apparent that they are not having to cater to those older consoles anymore.
Yeah, 5 years into the generation, almost 6. Yeah. Actually, I guess by the time the game comes out, it is 6 years into the generation.
Yeah.
So that is good news that they're finally leaving last gen behind, and it's great that you can see it on the screen immediately. Yeah. That is awesome. Yeah. So
what's weird, real quick, sorry, what's weird about that is the fact that we're already having next gen conversations, and this is the first truly current gen Call of Duty, but that has nothing to do with the preview.
It's true. You are correct.
This is that's a whole separate console watch topic.
So you came away with 9 key changes, and I wanted to have you talk through them all for us here. Let's start with, you mentioned movement. So what's the deal with movement in Modern Warfare 4 multiplayer?
Yeah, so the big thing people are going to notice with this game, especially since there hasn't been a Modern Warfare in a while, is that there is no more omni movement. What that means is you can no longer sprint left and right and backwards. There's no wall jumping. There's nothing like that, right? It is a more grounded kind of boots on the ground. The tagline they keep using is that it's like an action movie, but still set in realism, right? Like everything is theoretically possible, but it's set in a world where you never get tired and surfaces are never slippery. So yeah, but they've made a lot of changes to movement because of this, right? So no omni movement, but there's mantling in different ways than there used to be. So before, you would mantle onto a ledge or something like that, and your character would just climb up and there was nothing you can do about it. They've changed it in a few ways now. One is you can cancel a mantle now. So if you're mantling up and you happen to peek over and you see somebody, you can be like, nope, don't want to do that, and you can mantle out. Another thing you can do is just do a simple ledge grab, which is you go halfway through a mantle and then you're just holding onto the ledge, and you can actually aim your gun over the cover and shoot people while still kind of peeking behind the cover. And then the third thing is that you can shimmy now. So they're calling it a ledge shimmy. So if you're on a ledge, you can now move left and right and reposition yourself, get yourself still in cover, but still be able to do shots. Alongside the mantling is they have a backwards slide, so you can do a backwards slide that allows you to still shoot your gun. Not totally new, but I think this is the first time you can do it backwards. You can also slide into a ladder, like a ladder climb. So if you're on a roof and there's a ladder, you can slide and your character will automatically spin and grab onto the ladder and you can start going down. That's pretty cool. And then the last major big thing is that you can climb up poles and stuff now. So if you see an apartment building and you see a pole, you can actually climb up that pole and then almost like Assassin's Creed style vault over to a window and then climb through the window. So they've added that. And then one more thing is that there's tactical sprint still, which is when you double tap the sprint and you throw your gun up and you start running super fast. It's now more telegraphed that your character will start to like breathe harder and the gun will start to lower. So they've made a lot of changes to movement while still kind of keeping it grounded.
It's interesting that Black Ops and Modern Warfare are really starting to diverge now in in the way that just even on character movement, which is good. It makes them feel like legitimately or more like legitimately different games.
Yeah.
For gunplay, you mentioned no more bloom.
Yeah. Before I go into that, I gotta remind people what bloom is, because it may not be a term that people are super familiar with. Bloom is essentially a hidden mechanic in video games where, let's say you have a circle, and those are the possible points that your bullet can go. The game essentially rolls a dice in the background as you're hip firing, and the bullets just kind of go anywhere within that point. I think it was really, really cool in like Modern Warfare 1 days, like Xbox 360 days. I think it's completely archaic now to add like that sort of a random element, especially when games like Counter-Strike, people have been going back and playing Counter-Strike, and something a lot of people do right at the beginning of a Counter-Strike match is they run to a wall and they shoot to see the bullet pattern of their gun. Call of Duty is now adopting that system where there's no more bloom. Your bullets go where your gun is aiming.
Okay.
And that does mean they're still going to be spread because bullets, guns kick when they fire. And so there is still going to be spread, but it doesn't feel like it's completely just a luck of the dice if you win a close quarters combat now. You actually kind of understand where your bullets should be going. And they've worked hard on this to make sure it's like the sniper rifle is not the best shotgun in the world anymore.
Yeah.
Because they said when they first started, basically people were hip firing snipers, across, shooting sniper rifles from across the map and just hitting shots because it's like, well, if the sniper rifle's pointing forward and there's no bloom, it's going to just hit people. And so they've added, kind of gun sway and stuff like that. So it just, bloom is gone, but that feeling of kind of randomness could still feel there, but there's like an honest answer for it now, I guess is the best way to put it.
Nice. Okay. So next you mentioned that weapons feel like they belong in the world now. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so normally when you play any shooter, to be honest with you, right? Your gun is just in front of your character, and if you run up to a wall, what happens, right? It's essentially like the tip of your gun is more or less just stopping your movement, right? So now, when you run up to a wall, your gun will actually kind of be pushed more up against your body, right?
I see.
When you are peeking around cover, your gun... It's this like action movie thing, right? Where people naturally think that your gun should be the first thing that enters a door. And that's actually like completely not true, because that's the best way to get disarmed in something like an action sequence. And so Call of Duty's kind of taking that, right? Where now if you're peeking, your gun will still be kind of hidden. It's kind of your eye is the first thing through the door. And so there's just a lot more... You'll notice it like when you're playing it. You'll see that your gun just moves it moves a lot more than it used to.
Yeah.
But that's realism, right? That's how guns actually work. Nobody's just holding their gun out, right? They're constantly moving it. They're constantly pushing it up against their body. And so kind of how you see in like Uncharted and the new just released 007 First Light, where when he walks through a doorway, he'll kind of like put his hand there. And it's kind of like these reactions to the environment. That's what you're seeing now with the guns in Call of Duty, is it's fully aware that you're up against a wall and it's reacting to that naturally.
Nice. This next one, I guess we kind of touched on this at the top, but you say dropping last gen was clearly the right call.
Yeah. So not only graphically, but they're doing a thing now where the map you're entering is not the map you're leaving. And what I mean by that is not only does it look pretty, but all maps have decorations, and now these decorations can be shot off the table and stuff like that, right? So if you see like a dish set and you go in there and you shoot it all up, that dish set's just going to stay on the ground all shot up.
Yeah.
Bullet holes are going to stay in the walls, and these are normally things that either A, couldn't be interacted with before, or the game would quickly despawn to save that memory for the actual gameplay. And now you're entering a map that looks pristine and you're leaving a map that looks super messed up, right? Because that's all just staying on the map. And they said that that's basically not possible with the memory limitations of PS4 and Xbox One, but the PS5, PC, and Xbox Series X and S allows for those decorations and just visual aesthetics to persist throughout a whole round without the need to despawn them for other things.
Cool. That's good stuff. All right. Apex attachments, you say, are where things get a little wild.
Yeah. So every gun in every Call of Duty has its own leveling up system. And as you level a gun up, you'll eventually unlock new attachments and stuff like that. In this game, you can do 5 attachments. But when you get to the end, it's like, normally it's like, okay, you got the best scope. Or usually, in the case of Call of Duty, it's you got this really cool, like, tiger glimming skin. Stuff like that, right? In this one, you're getting Apex attachments. They are separate from your normal gunsmith loadout, and they get added, and they change fundamental things about your gun. So some examples are having a pistol that when you go into the Apex mode, all of a sudden becomes a hammer fire pistol that as quick as you can pull the trigger is as quick as the pistol could shoot. Another really cool one was it's a shotgun that they added a strobe light to. So now you're basically walking around with a flashbang in your eyes. So now people are getting blinded when they walk into a room, and then they're getting shotgunned. Other ones is like, adding underbarrel shotguns or grenade launchers. One really, really cool one was taking a submachine and adding throwing knives to it. So the character will kind of move it over and then be throwing knives. So it's that just kind of cool stuff where you're like, okay, I have used this gun a lot, and now I'm actually getting some sort of like actual fundamental kind of special bonus for staying dedicated to that gun. And I mentioned in the preview as well that those attachments will stay after somebody's been killed, right? So if you have a really cool Apex gun, there's a good chance you'll eventually fall victim to that because somebody else will pick it up and use it, and then vice versa.
While we're on the subject of guns, talk about Gunny, which you say is basically Gunsmith, but without the headache.
Yeah, so Gunny is my favorite thing that they've added to this year's Call of Duty, which is you want to try a new gun or you've been leveling up a gun and you're going through the gunsmith and you're like, okay, this has this kind of sight, but does this kind of sight match up with the actual caliber of bullets that I'm using or the buck of the gun, all these different things. You're like, am I building a good gun or am I building a monstrosity? The pro Call of Duty people are aware, but me, I'm over here on YouTube being like, how do I like make something actually where it's not like a Frankenstein's monster of a gun? And so what Gunny does is now when you go to the gunsmith, it'll say like run and gun, close range, long range, balanced, and you just select it and it goes, okay, this is the gun you want to use. Here are the attachments for that playstyle that you've selected. So then from there, you could be like, okay, but I don't like that scope. So I'm going to change the scope still. But everything else, I trust you with. Or you could be like, I want to do run and gun. And you're like, actually, I don't like what you've built. I'm going to click run and gun again. And it'll build another setup for you. And it's all still just based on stuff you've unlocked. But it gets rid of that, I would say, like math in between matches where you're like, what's the best kind of, you're just like, no, this is my kind of preset loadout based on what I've added to my gun. And it makes for some really cool but very easy ways to make loadouts and actually stay competitive.
Sweet. All right, quickly tell me about maps, modes, and lots of variety.
Yeah, so the game's launching with 12 maps. I would say probably about half of them are from the single player, variations of the single player that have then gone on to become multiplayer maps. And then a few others that are, made from the ground up for multiplayer. And so you'll be on, the streets of Korea. You'll be in a Korean nuclear base. You'll be in Russia. You'll be in New York, Mumbai. It's a globe-trotting game, and the multiplayer kind of lends itself to that. There's one specific map called Kill Block, which is really cool, which is basically they have what they call slabs, And so you play a 10v10 gunfight mode, which for folks that don't know, it's between rounds. You're getting put with a gun that everybody's using the same gun. And it's 10v10 permanent death until the next round. And what it does is the map is constantly changing. So every time between rounds, the map, there's 3 sections. One of the sections might change, or 2 of them might change, or the middle might change. And so every single time you finish a round, not only are you getting a new gun that you have to play with, but also the map is completely different.
Cool.
And they're really proud of it. They said that there's over 500 combinations, so it's very unlikely that anybody will ever play the same thing twice. But that
I don't know about that.
Yeah. A lot of people play Call of Duty. But then when I asked them about a seed possibility, they said that they eventually might do something down the road where it's like, I really like this combination, so I want to do a custom game and type in these string of numbers, and that's the combination I'm going to get.
Sweet. All right, and the final thing, talk to us about Prestige this time around.
Yeah, this is where I get my name in the credits for Modern Warfare 4. So, they have 2 Prestige modes in this game, which is Prestige Classic and Prestige Regular. Prestige Classic is your normal level up to level 55, reset everything, rank, guns, everything gets reset, but you get multiple rewards. You get a Prestige badge, and you get to start over, this time with an XP boost. Now there's Prestige Regular, which is you don't reset everything when you get to level 55, but you get fewer rewards, fewer XP boost on your next trek. But it's for the people that want to say, I've Prestige, I've earned the next badge, but I still have all my guns and attachments. And my gripe with them came from the fact that didn't make sense, that regular it should be called Prestige New. So, and they said that they're working on that. So we'll see what it's called by the time it's done. And if you see a big special thanks to Mark Medina in the credits, that's why. Yeah, but basically everybody's first trek to 55 will be the same. Then at 55, you get to choose Prestige Classic or Prestige Regular. Then once you get to 55 again, you get to choose again.
Okay.
So every single time you Prestige, you get to choose, I want to go a Classic route. No, I want to go the regular route. And the way is because, the reason for it is because they've noticed that a lot of people just don't Prestige because they don't want to lose all their stuff. So they're trying to cater to those people that don't want to lose their stuff, but want to be part of the Prestige conversation.
Lots of new stuff in there. Mark Medina, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. We're going to get to see more of this at the Xbox Showcase on June 7th, which we'll be airing live right here on IGN. I'll be hosting our live pre- and post-show for that, so come hang out beforehand and then stick with us after for all of our reactions and analysis. Mark Medina, thank you so much, sir.
13 years after Ubisoft ditched Desmond Miles to go full pirate in Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, this seafaring adventure is still considered by some to be the best pirate simulator of all time. So it's no wonder at all that Ubisoft has decided to dust off this bad boy and remake it in the style of last year's Assassin's Creed Shadows. Complete with all the modern trimmings you'd expect. That includes stuff like drastically improved graphics, modernized combat mechanics to make Edward Kenway faster on the draw, and my personal favorite, a near complete removal of all the pesky loading screens that is an absolute godsend. My time with Black Flag Resynced included a few red flags to go along with the black ones though. Like how some of the modernizations involved removing aspects of the original, it seemed like maybe they'd be best left as they were, but on the whole, it's pretty hard to be mad about this gorgeous second voyage of one of the best Assassin's Creed games. Many of Black Flag Resynked's best parts come courtesy of the Ubisoft Anvil engine, last seen in AC Shadows. It's been used to recreate Black Flag from the ground up, and that allows it to be every bit as beautiful as more recent Assassin's Creed games. The tropical environment of the Caribbean is a night and day improvement over the original, specifically when it comes to how bright and colorful areas are versus the previous generation's somewhat muted and dark appearance, especially when running around forested areas. Similarly, character models somehow managed to look absurdly better than they did in 2013, while also being exactly as I remember them. That said, I did find many of the characters to be a bit prettier than I expected, particularly when it comes to pirate characters who spend all their time boozing, sailing, and fighting. The cast seems to have been given a Hollywood glow-up and aren't nearly as gross and dirty as you might think. Black Flag Resynced also benefits from many of the other upgrades the series has seen in recent iterations, especially changes to combat that make it faster and more decisive, and to sneaking around that make it a more competent stealth game than the original. Despite the Assassin's Creed series ostensibly being all about sneaking around, it's wild to think that it wasn't until Assassin's Creed Unity that we got a dedicated crouch button. Absolutely insane in retrospect. In the original Black Flag, you could only go undetected when hidden within a group of people or when walking in bushes that automatically put you into crouch mode. Aside from that, your character genuinely couldn't crouch at all. Thankfully, Black Flag Resynced adds a dedicated crouch button so you can go about your business of stabbing enemies to death from the cover of shadow as you please. There are also a few new gadgets in your stealth tool belt, and some that were in the original but come to you much sooner in this iteration. For example, the badass rope dart that didn't appear until the tail end of the story is now added to your inventory in the opening chapters, so you can almost immediately start yanking enemies toward you like Mortal Kombat Scorpion.
Get over here!
Which I think we can all agree is just a great decision. If you aren't in the mood for stealth though, one change to this iteration of Black Flag is likely to bring you joy. Those deeply irritating tailing quests have been reworked. Whereas before you'd have to slowly follow people around town unnoticed, paying the ultimate price of having to start over from the beginning if you got caught, now you're provided alternate ways of completing the mission instead. In the one example included in the demo, I decided to sprint right at the two people I was told to follow just to see what would happen. And although the result was sloppy and most unbecoming of an aspiring assassin, I can confirm that I was indeed given separate means for completing my objective anyway, though they were significantly bloodier and less smooth than planned. A pretty great change if you ask me. Likewise, combat has been modernized to focus on player skill, complete with my favorite, a perfect parry mechanic that opens enemies up to be instantly killed if you get the timing just so. As someone who's been honing his parry timing for years in the crucible of Souls-likes and uber-difficult action games, this is one of my favorite changes. Not only does it make you feel like a complete badass when you slap someone's sword out of your face and finish them off with an execution, but it also allows for combat to go faster, something that feels quite needed at times with all the samey boarding combat sections that happen every time you want to pillage a ship of its cargo before sinking it. I also played with the difficulty turned all the way up and found myself dying quite a bit, both in ship-based combat and while swashbuckling. Some of this is surely just the fact that I was playing the remake for the first time and learning as I went, but here's hoping this iteration of Black Flag is a bit more challenging than the original, where I rarely found myself in any real peril. Though this remaster draws on many of Assassin's Creed's more recent entries, it steers clear from the RPG elements found in Valhalla and Shadows, instead sticking to its action-adventure roots like Mirage, and crucially, the original Black Flag. There are still some stats on weapons that can be purchased in shops and some RPG-like upgrades here and there, but Resynced focuses much more on being a competent action game than an RPG, so you won't find yourself stealth assassinating someone and not doing enough DPS to take them out in one strike. I actually enjoy both the more RPG-style Assassin's Creed games and the less chunky action games that the series found its roots in. But if I'm being honest, this one just feels like it's much better suited as a pure action game. After all, I'm a bloody pirate for God's sake. I'm meant to be showing these nautical narcs the business end of a flintlock, not running the numbers on my armor set or doing math on my critical hit chances. Yar, I say. Yar! Some of the streamlining of Black Flag to Resync's action has led to some peculiar choices though, like how you can no longer pick up weapons of slain foes to use in combat. In the original, if you downed a big guy who was wielding a two-handed axe, you could then pick it up and use it to mop up the rest of the scallywags in your path. For whatever reason, that was removed in the demo I played though, possibly to simplify things and keep the action moving along without having to clumsily retrieve a weapon from the ground in the heat of battle. I can certainly see the logic in that choice, but honestly, I kind of missed being able to have that kind of freedom, and it felt to me like one of those wholly unnecessary changes that could have just as well been left as it was. Then again, this feature hasn't been a part of the series in quite some time now, so maybe it's just one of these things that no longer fits in with the Anvil engine. While reliving my time with Black Flag was largely awesome, one surprising revelation is that the entirety of the present-day storyline has been removed from this version. As someone who misses when the Assassin's Creed series actually tried to tell a story within its sci-fi world, it's a bit of a bummer to see them follow in Assassin's Creed Shadows' footsteps of giving up on that aspect of the series entirely. It's especially odd if, like me, you have the twist ending at the end of the original Black Flag burned into your memory. I'm honestly very curious how this remake will be able to cut around that aspect of the story entirely, and worry the story might feel a bit awkward in doing so. That said, the historical story and pirate gameplay is quite obviously Black Flag's strength, so maybe it won't be any big loss not having it around, even if it does feel a bit strange. Perhaps as a way of making up for the lack of a present-day story, Resynced interestingly adds content to Kenway's story that wasn't in the original, some of which I played. This includes whole story sections that focus on Blackbeard and Stead Bonnet, who were only briefly involved in the original version of Black Flag, if memory serves. There are also new party members you can recruit to join your pirate crew, complete with quests to indoctrinate them into your privateering operations. One such quest involved breaking a shipwright out of jail and persuading her to join my team by agreeing to help her with a personal matter down the road. Her name is Lucy, and she's pretty much a complete badass. I think she'll fit in with Kenway and company just fine. After a handful of hours playing this remake of one of the best Assassin's Creed games, I'm pretty sold on replaying through it in its entirety when it comes out later this year. What do you think? Will you give Black Flag a return trip? Let us know in the comments. For more, check out our recent previews of 007 First Light and Mina the Hollower. And for everything else, keep plundering the goods with IGN.
Xbox is gearing up for another game showcase this summer, with a good look at brand new games, trailers, and reveals promised for Sunday, June 7th. Followed by a dedicated deep dive into Gears of War E-Day, it's set up to be a big day for all those looking forward to seeing what this new era of Xbox has in store. For context, last year's event saw the reveal of Call of Duty Black Ops 7, Persona 4 Revival, Grounded 2, Beast of Reincarnation, Keeper, and Super Meat Boy 3D, as well as new looks at The Outer Worlds 2, Clockwork Revolution, and Ninja Gaiden 4. But what can we expect this year? Let's start with the one game we know is definitely showing up, Gears of War E-Day. As noted on the Xbox website, the E-Day Direct is set to take players into the start of Emergence Day, offering new details, gameplay, and insights. The prequel was first teased at last year's showcase, but very little has been heard or seen since. We can expect a lengthy look following the main showcase this year though, as well as presumably finding out its 2026 release date. Playground Games may have just released the critically acclaimed Forza Horizon 6, but the British studio isn't done by any means. That's because its reboot of Fable, which was meant to hit in 2026, has just been delayed to February 2027, and I imagine it's almost guaranteed to make an appearance here. Another look at it in action certainly wouldn't go amiss, as we learn more about this new version of Albion. The recently rebranded Halo Studios is due to release the remake of the original Master Chief story, Halo Combat Evolved, in 2026. We can likely expect to see more of this one in action, as well as find out when exactly we can expect to play this year.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The cartographer must be here.
Maybe the game I'm most looking forward to seeing more of is In Exile Entertainment's Clockwork Revolution, which is looking like a fantastic blend of Dishonored and BioShock. This one has popped up a couple of times at recent Xbox Summer showcases, so hopefully that means we're getting closer and closer to a release date. After a good look at gameplay in 2025, we'd love to know when it's going to launch at this year's show. And what next for Rare? It had been working for many years on Everwild before it was cancelled last summer, leaving the legendary studio at a mysterious proposition. Ongoing development will presumably continue on Sea of Thieves, but surely a new game is also in the works somewhere. The Killer Instinct, Viva Pinata, and Banjo-Kazooie creators have as long a history as anyone at Microsoft when it comes to developing new series. But could we see it return to one of these? Another of its creations, Perfect Dark, seems even less likely though, following the shutdown of the initiative and cancellation of the reboot last year. First revealed back in 2020, State of Decay 3 re-emerged in 2024, but has been quieter than the dead since. Undead Labs has been working on this one for a while, and we might see it again on June 7th after skipping last summer's showcase. Obsidian, meanwhile, has been far from quiet, and it had a very busy 2025, launching Avowed, The Outer Worlds 2, and Grounded 2's early access. So it's been safe to say that we aren't necessarily expected to see much from the RPG studio here. If it did want to spring a surprise Fallout New Vegas remake onto us though, then we'll happily take it. Both Compulsion Games and Ninja Theory have released games in the past couple of years, so it may be a bit too soon to see what they're working on next, but we certainly won't rule it out, especially the latter, who is reportedly working on a third Hellblade that is quote-unquote more of a game. Infinity Ward revealed Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 last week, which will continue Captain Price and team's story as they head to Korea this time around. It's safe to say we'll get a peek at it in action at the showcase, with the new DMZ mode promised to be shown off. Call of Duty is where most of Activision's resources find themselves going these days, but maybe a surprise second project will be sprung upon us. Though a long shot, a revival of one of the publisher's dormant series, such as a new Tony Hawk, Guitar Hero, or Spyro, would certainly make people my age and older smile. Blizzard can be expected to show off continued support for its live service games, such as Overwatch celebrating its 10th anniversary, Diablo 4 following up on its just released Lord of Hatred expansion, and World of Warcraft evolves further beyond its Midnight expansion, which arrived in March. While that's all in the recent past, there are a couple of future possibilities, although not expected this year. One of those is a look at WoW's upcoming The Last Titan expansion, which will serve as the finale to the World Soul Saga trilogy. Another is a look at Overwatch Rush, the mobile version of the hero shooter, although we admit this may not well show up at an Xbox showcase. When it comes to Bethesda, all eyes are on The Elder Scrolls 6. First revealed to be in development way back in 2018, Todd Howard has effectively said that it shouldn't have been shown that early. We realize it's likely still many years away, but perhaps a look at the long-rumored Fallout 3 remake could serve as a welcome stopgap. Elsewhere under the larger Bethesda umbrella, id Software will have moved on to its next project after 2025's Doom: The Dark Ages. Will it be another Doom, a long overdue Quake revival, or something new entirely? And will it even be shown at this year's showcase? And then there's Machine Games, who'll be following up on the excellent Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I'd love nothing more than a sequel to that adventure, but perhaps a return to Wolfenstein is more realistic right now. Reports of the final part of BJ Blazkowicz's Nazi-killing trilogy being in production emerged early this year, so this could be the year we see the original FPS hero return. Finally, when it comes to Bethesda, surely we're due for a look at Arcane's Blade. First teased back in 2023, the Leon studio has been pretty silent since. It looks like we're never getting that Mahershala Ali movie, so please at least give us this. In regards to what other games we could see, well, that's much more of a guessing game. Based on what's been showcased at previous Xbox shows though, we can at least take educated shots in the dark. I'd personally love to see Persona 4 Revival in action, as well as finding out when I can get my hands on the remake of Atlus's classic JRPG. Staying in Japan, Game Freak's first game outside of the Pokemon universe, Beast of Reincarnation, was featured heavily during January's Developer Direct, so it could well be there too. Action-adventure spin-off Resonance: A Plague Tale could well be in line to make a reappearance, as well as ex-Witcher 3 dev studio Rebel Wolves' vampire RPG, The Blood of Dawnwalker.
Hello and welcome to IGN Live Day 2. In case you're new here, it's a big in-person event celebrating the best in games, movies, shows, and more. Later today, we'll be joined by some very special guests, getting a closer look at everything from the Xbox Game Showcase, and you can join me for a special live edition of Game Scoop. But before any of that, we've got a solid hour of brand new trailers for upcoming games, plus some awesome clips to give you a glimpse at what's in store from some of the biggest shows and movies of the year. Now, if you thought I was full of hot air, that's nothing compared to our first game, and this trailer might literally blow you away. Here's a look at Leaf Blower Company. It's about leaf blowers.
Whether you need a roof cleared or a warehouse sorted, I've got you covered. Fill the bin, grab the bag, and toss it to the tarp. That's it. From my garage, I run a leaf blowing business of myself, my cat, and a smorgasbord of projects. Each day is a new mess to be sorted. But My equipment's charged up and ready for the task, rain or shine. Courtyards, playing fields, beaches. Every place has its challenges and quirks. I just relax and let the leaf blower hum. Sometimes it's nice to cut corners with some unconventional methods. There's plenty of clutter to clear out for a busy week, but with a leaf blower in hand, everything looks like leaves.
For an adventure?
Gross. I'm awake. Stop.
I guess I better get going then.
Lost in a dream, side of the road. Pick me up, yeah, where we gonna go? 'Cause I just want you.
This is where, yes, I think I remember.
Maybe we come back here one last time when we're old and feeble.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, is this yours?
Kinda.
Now, does this dog belong to you or not?
Forget it. All this was a mistake. A huge mistake.
When I flip through your journal, it feels like someone really wanted you to see this through, to keep going.
I'm glad you forced me on this little adventure.
I just hoped for the best and went for it.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Big eyes, incredible hair, and practically stylish outfits. Now, am I describing my cat or anime characters? Well, up next we've got a few trailers that look the part, even if they're not technically Japanese animation. But this first one definitely is. Here's a look at the upcoming movie, Bleach, 1,000-Year Blood War, The Calamity.
あんたは俺が切る。
黒崎くんの心は
遊んだなイチゴ。それは世界を切ると同義だぞ。力の全てを吐き出し尽くして死ねイチゴ。
光栄だけど買いかぶりっすよねえ夜市さん。
嘘だろ。ごちゃごちゃうるせえな。一発で頭割れってこったろ。
厄介なのが来たな。
我を出し抜けるなどと思うな。
裏切り者の初段も私の役目だ。やってみろ。お前の剣が届くなら。
絶望してくれるなイチゴ。
絶望がなんだってよく知ってるぜ。今まで何度も
乗り越えてきたんだからな。バッカイ。
街のかけら風に吹かれ自由な鳥たちとさまよう迷いながら未来を描く奇跡両手を広げ霞ゆく彼方へたどった果てしない道のりと闇を越えあなたと見つけ出した真実光にと
For years, I would only revisit this place in my nightmares. Finally, our homecoming.
This may be the last time. Shall see how it all ends. Send them on their way.
You better make sure you capture me at my absolute cutest.
Now, I know a lot of people tune out the mention of sports games, but up next, we're taking a look at some sports-adjacent games that should appeal to even the most athletically apathetic of us. Take a look.
In a tiny pocket universe, tucked away at the edge of our own, there is a hotel for lost balls of all kinds. Little balls, big balls, any balls really. But worst of all, golf balls. In this miniature golfing adventure, you don't hit the ball. You are the ball! Explore a tiny handcrafted world from tee to flag. Discover who you are, where you are, why you are. Or just play bloody golf! Dozens and dozens of devious holes. Compete in suspicious underground tournaments for glory and pennies. Lots of pennies, which you'll trade with bugs in exchange for fancy hats and accessories. The bugs eat the pennies. You'll race through fiendish heists at the whim of a cosmic magpie, who will also pay you in pennies. Did I mention hats? And that is Ball Game, a physics-bending journey that will test your skills and tickle your fancy. Wishlist and try the demo on Steam now.
Hot Wheels Infinite Rush offers a lot of variety in the races, challenges and activities. Most of them are found across the huge maps that need to be explored. First, let's play a Daredevil challenge. Daredevils zip across the world and need to be found, chased down and caught to be raced against. As soon as you do that, a 1-to-1 race starts, and if you win it, you obtain the car. As you can see, it's a tense battle through the gates to the finish line. Next, let's do something more relaxing, a tourist challenge. Every one of them will be a task with a picture to take, with some specific items in it. In this case, a speeder car and the city burger building. We've got the speeder, so let's jump on the burger and mission accomplished. This was easy, but some of them are more tricky though. Let's switch to a drifter car in real time. I think you can do anytime for a drift stunt. There's a lot of variety among these challenges, as you can see, and we chose the best car for the task. We need to pull out a number of drifts within the time limit without missing the gates too. Precise control is the key to the victory. And finally, a stuntman challenge. Perfect with the Titan vehicle, the heavyweights of the game. Let's smash as many items as possible within the time limit. Full vehicle classes, lots of challenges types, and that's a lot of fun.
This next batch of games all have elegant, almost poetic sounding titles, so I figured the best way to introduce them was with a haiku. Here goes. A Sea of Ashen, Tulips, Where Birds Go to Sleep, and Soul Walker. Look!
Steadfast kindred, do not be afraid.
All right, I'm here to make money. It's a secret mission, you see.
You must feel strange in your body. I can help you with that.
There's someone above your head. It tells you what to think, what to dream of.
Are you in league with the voices? You stupid woman! I'm in control, not you!
You understand your kind can't be trusted, right?
He is not on our side. He will sabotage us. I'm no coward. I'm a man. And I will do what is necessary. What is needed.
Save us, please. Save us. Save.
Say it. I don't think so.
They say, when you commit sins, something sinister is alerted in a world parallel to our own. Perhaps this is what awakens what we know as karma. The wrongs we commit never go unnoticed, observed by the soul walkers that dwell in the void, a place you never want to go.
You said you'd never leave me.
Up next, we're taking a look at a few upcoming pieces of software that are more than just games, they're simulations. So here are some upcoming sims that realistically capture the experience of operating heavy machinery, renovating old buildings, guarding a medieval city's gates, or filling a big pit with cartoon dogs. Actually, we might have let one non-simulation get in there by accident. See if we can figure out which one it is.
Ah, you must be the new guard. Your predecessor's career ended abruptly. Let's hope you learn from his mistakes. For example, when you review a visitor's papers, make sure the names match. If they don't, do not admit him. Next, make sure you check their guild stamps. Forgeries abound. And of course, search all belongings for contraband. Can't risk anything unnatural making its way into our fair city. And if there's ever anything out of the ordinary, you'll find a bit of common sense goes a long way. If you're issued a club, save it for criminals. Don't go clubbing innocent peasants, as fun as it may be. Now, when you do have a prisoner, we always treat them with the same respect we do anyone else in Rambo. And don't forget anyone in the cells. Trust me on that one. God forbid, if plague or pestilence should come to these fair lands, you'll need to examine visitors for signs of disease. Do your job and the city will thrive. We're all counting on you. I have only one final question. Are you an idiot?
Hi, this is our game Dogpile. It's a roguelike deck builder about merging dogs into bigger dogs. After launching late last year, we've hit 96% positive on Steam, and we've been cooking up a huge DLC pack. But we've decided to give it away for free today. It's live right now. So here's what just dropped in Dogpile v1.1. First of all, there's new dogs. It's Dogpile, baby. They're funny, they're weird, and they have new shapes to master. Just like in real life, dogs can now be stinky and they can be zoomy. We've added over 50 new gameplay modifying tags, expanding what's possible in Dogpile, and giving a bit of love to archetypes that needed it. And generally, just heaps of new gameplay. I'm talking new decks, new endless system, and a bunch of stuff to discover yourself. And that's not all. With the v1.1 comes localization into 7 new languages. And in a few weeks, we'll be launching on iOS, Android, and Nintendo Switch 1 and 2. So you can play Dogpile anywhere, anyhow. It's time to pile those dogs. Thanks for listening. We hope you like our game. And give your dog a treat. We'll know if you don't.
Bus Simulator 27. Ride the sunshine. Pre-order now.
Welcome back, mate. Huh. I can't believe it's you again. After that mess you got yourself into last time. Well, you learn from your mistakes. Anyway, we've got a new job for you. It's a lot harder than it looks. You gotta get it together. The main thing is, no fuss, no rush. And next time, fill up your bloody truck. You know, it's beautiful out there, but things can get rough real quick. The road couldn't care less who you were before, rookie. Just keep it steady and keep moving. Once you make a few bucks, she'll be right, and that shit'll sort itself out. You're sleeping there, mate. Wake up, rookie. If you're ready, get going.
Most of the time, playing video games with your friends brings you closer together. Other times, it can tear friendships apart, turning your once trustworthy pals into your worst enemies, either because they're beating you at a competitive game or they really suck at co-op. Either way, if you'd like to put your friends and your relationships with them to the test, here are some new multiplayer games to keep an eye on.
Oh my god, the walls are closed again! There's too many bones!
He looks really hungry.
We should get him some food. Whoa, 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 save some for me! Come on, I'm ready to catch. Okay, here it comes. Let's go! Oh, he's right behind me. He's gonna get me. Oh, ah! Oh yeah, look at this! Crossbow!
They made a fool out of you. Again. Keep failing, and you'll never become Marco. I'll give you this. There were some moments of greatness. Who's hungry? Soon, a new act will arrive, and the stage will change.
London's never been a normal place, but they never used to call it magic. Same city, same problems, rent's too high, trains are late, everyone acting like they're fine. Only difference now is, sometimes your neighbors got hordes. Folklore showed up before I was born. Most of us just kinda grew up with it. They say it started in the 1920s, a tear in the world. Something came through that wasn't meant to be here, and they stayed. They changed the city, no point pretending they didn't. But London changed them right back. The way they walk and talk, proper Londoners now. Funny thing is, They don't look like heroes. And yet every time one of them rifts opens, they step forward. Not because they're fearless, because London's their home too. I won't lie, it's scary watching people you know walk into something you just can't follow. I don't know how this ends. I just know that they keep showing up.
This is the world we're building for our co-op combat game, Cast Odds. We're a small team, building the fun as we go. Early on, we were experimenting, throwing spells together, breaking the game, rebuilding it, trying to find what actually felt fun. A co-op action sandbox where run and gun flow, tag team casting, and tactical synergy spikes are the core toys. Since then, we've been refining the chaos, making it readable, deeper, and something players and their friends can truly experiment with. It's been shaped by how people play, react, and surprise us every step of the way. If you want to be part of this journey, wish us Cast Odds and join our Discord.
Life comes at you fast, so sometimes it's nice to relax with a video game that lets you take your time. Up next, here are a few games that'll let you take a minute to plan your next move.
Above village and town rises your mighty castle. Your people look to you for guidance and protection. Build castles, towns, and watchtowers to protect the land. Rule with foresight and stratagem. Assemble carpenters, blacksmiths, and merchants.
Yes, my lord.
Guard the roads and defend the peasants. Uphold justice by the sword. Defend your lord even unto death. And destroy the treacherous knight. When your castle and town is under siege, fire! Let hope fortify your courage. Rise a knight. Rise a knight, and wish list now on Steam.
All right then, Miss Gia, the dangerous smuggler. What is it you figured out exactly?
New York City, 1939. A floating metropolis.
ruled by the iron fists of the barons. It's an empire of steel, held aloft by the miracle of Aether, a substance that can lift the tallest buildings to the heavens. Dive into an alternate history, where Aether and iron rule the skies. You are Gia, an underworld smuggler, taking on a last chance job that pulls you into a world of betrayal and political intrigue. Recruit allies and make enemies. Roll the dice, because when luck runs out...
Gia, the car!
One down, 100 to go.
We both know you don't beat barons by playing fair.
Your skills and your companions are your only hope. Save the city, and you just may save yourself.
Wowzers! Which ones?
In the Imperium, truth is subjective, but duty is paramount. As an Inquisitor, you are judge, executioner, and instrument of the God Emperor's will. Your authority is absolute. A city drowns in prayer and fear. People are vanishing. Something is pulling the strings from the dark, and whispers spread through sanctuaries and slums alike. You'll search crime scenes, follow leads, interrogate witnesses, and collect evidence. Every detail you uncover goes into your investigation journal, where you connect clues, test theories, and build your case piece by piece. You can take the fast route, accusing the first culprit who fits, closing the file and letting fear do the rest. Or you can keep pulling on the thread and feel the icy hand of dread grow ever colder at your spine. You will not hunt alone. Your retinue is a weapon. Companions who bring their own skills, perspectives, and lines they won't want you to cross. But what matters is your duty and the outcome. The strict certainty of a Puritan or the pragmatic edge of a radical. Both are valid. Both come with consequences. In your investigations, combat becomes yet another way of asserting control. When words fail, judgment becomes tactical. The system is built to keep fights sharper and more responsive. Cover is streamlined, and it can be destroyed. You can also aim at specific body parts to disable enemies before finishing them. Concentration lets you deny opponents their most dangerous attacks, while morale can break a force even before the last shot is fired. And once a battle is clearly decided, you can end it on your terms. It's up to you to choose how you want to deal with the suspect. In this war, no one's hands are clean. Anyone can be guilty, because innocence proves nothing.
You just got to look at a few upcoming puzzle and strategy games, but if your idea of a good time is things happening in real time, don't blink. Here are some upcoming action games where every second counts. Think fast.
Oh, Wabi, you've been through so much. Such torment. I know you want to avoid the violence. But peace will not bring your siblings back. Use your hatred. To save your family, you must destroy them. They'll try to stop you. And they might. But you'll rise again, stronger than ever before. Remember long-forgotten skills. Rewild the world. Gather allies. And use them wisely. Embrace your power and take back all that has been lost.
Kornelia Błożyńska, Creative Director at Purple Ray Studio, here to show you Koszmar, The Last Reverie. In Koszmar, you play as Violet, a lucid dreamer caught between two worlds consumed by mysterious sleeping plague. The walking city where people vanish into sleep, and the dream world where nightmares sway. In Radvan, Violet is careful, grounded, and investigative. The city requires her to observe, explore, and listen. Be prepared though. Sometimes curiosity leads to dreadful places. On her journey, she encounters nightmare rifts. Each rift is tied up to a person consumed by the plague. To wake them, Violet must enter the rift and venture into the dream world. But there, rules change. Violet unlocks abilities and freedom that real world will never allow. She is no longer only investigating the plague, but she can fight it. The deeper Violet travels between dreams and reality, the greater cost becomes. The cost is not abstract, it's real. Her actions and choices are transforming what she is, a nightmare that nightmares fear, or lost in the comfort of delusions. While you're still awake, wishes Koszmar, The Last Reverie on Steam.
That was a look at a bunch of upcoming games, and I think it's safe to say there was a little something in there for everyone. Whether you like fast-paced action, tactical strategy, scary stuff, cute stuff, or if you've ever dreamed of being a bus driver, a shark dentist, or operating a leaf blower. Video games really let you live out your wildest fantasies. Sadly, that about does it for this block of trailers, but stick around, because coming up very soon is the Xbox Games Showcase 2026, and who better to break down what Microsoft might have in store than IGN's weekly Xbox show Unlocked. They'll be taking over right now.
Welcome to IGN Live, a celebration of all things gaming and entertainment. Today,
there's the Fire Nation army just beyond the wall.
You'll hear from the cast of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
We're Vox Machina, and we don't run.
And the Legend of Vox Machina.
It's time to up. I'm just getting started.
Tomb Raider. Magic the Gathering, plus live episodes of IGN's Game Scoop and Unlocked.
Are you guys ready?
But first, we're kicking things off with the Xbox Game Showcase, which is bound to be jam-packed with trailers, gameplay, and maybe even a new glimpse at their next-generation Xbox console, Project Helix. Get ready because IGN Live starts right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brian McCaffrey, host of IGN's weekly Xbox show, Unlocked. We're coming to you from IGN Live. The Xbox Game Showcase is coming up very shortly. To help me break down what we expect to see, I am joined by my regular co-hosts, Michael Hyam, Miranda Sanchez, and since it's IGN's 30th anniversary, we thought we'd invite our old friend, Destin Legary, back on Unlocked with us today.
Hi, everybody. Good to be back. Bam!
Yes, I needed that. I needed that today. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, we're less than 30 minutes away from the Xbox Showcase this year, which we already know is immediately followed by the Gears of War E-Day Direct, which I know Miranda can't even contain herself. You've waited 7 years for this, Miranda, since Gears 5.
I've been deprived.
Yeah.
Like, please.
Oh. So I want to start with what we expect to see, and then we'll move later into what we hope to see. We'll get a little more aspirational. But to start with, I mean, I've got some notes, but I'll go to our guest of honor, Destin Legary, first. All right, Destin, what do we expect to see? What is a reasonable presumption for what we're about to get in 30 minutes?
Well, I think we're going to get a beat about Fable and a beat about Call of Duty. Those are like known quantities. So I definitely think we get more. I'm really loving the new setting of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4.
Yeah, hey guys in the IGN Live crowd, where are we at with Modern Warfare 4? Are we fired up for the game this year? Yeah, after Black Ops 7 last year, back-to-back Black Ops years. Miranda, you're a big Call of Duty player. Are you amped to take a break from Black Ops this year?
I really like Black Ops, but I'm a Modern Warfare person. Like, I think Black Ops multiplayer is kind of where it's at for me, but
yeah.
I really want to see what they're going to continue with Modern Warfare. And of course, just how they're going to keep innovating on the franchise. And I think we have a lot of promise for this next one.
So, Destin, what do you think we get from Modern Warfare 4 at this? So like single-player trailer, multiplayer gameplay, where do you think it lands today?
I think it would be great to see like one of the story missions because that's been a big focus. The fact that it's taking place in Korea, even with the 4, they're actually using the Korean spelling of the number 4. So there's a lot of like interesting things that they're doing and leading into whatever that game is going to be. I'm more excited than this for this Call of Duty than I have been in a long time.
I'm in the same boat. Yeah, I've been on a little bit of a Call of Duty lull since Modern Warfare reboot in 2019. But yeah, this one looks like it might hit the right notes. Now, Michael Hyam, Destin mentioned Fable. We just got news. By the way, Fable's the #1 Xbox game I'm personally most looking forward to. I don't know. Yeah, like Fable, a lot of love for Fable out there. So, Michael, you're our resident RPG guru. You wear that badge proudly, as you should. What do you think we might see from Fable today? Because we got the pre-showcase announcement that it's delayed till February. They're basically, I'm not sure we ever thought we'd say this again after the 360 era, but here we are. Xbox has too many games for 1 year, so they're pushing Fable. So what do you think we might see out of it today, Michael?
I think that you're going to get something that tells us more of what the story is about. Because Fable is a long RPG, and we've seen long showcases showing how dense the game is, the kind of gameplay systems they're working with. Those things are exciting, but I think I've got to the point where just give me the game. I've been convinced that this is something that I'm going to be interested in. But I think knowing Fable's history about your role in that world and how you can be whatever you want, you can do whatever you want, the choices you make are going to affect the world itself and how the story plays out. But I want to know, at its core, what is this story about? And I really think that can hit with a hype trailer that is story-focused and hitting us with a definitive release date.
Yeah, February what? That is the question. I mean, we're already getting 2027 release dates this week between State of Play and the Summer Game Fest showcase. Miranda, where are you at with Fable? Are you in or out so far?
Oh, I'm definitely in. I think it's, we talked about it previously on the show, how we're like, this is gonna get moved. Like, there's no way. As you said, there are
we were right.
games. They gotta make space. And I think, especially with how long they've been working on Fable, they really want to give it time to shine.
Yeah.
And I also just want genuine time to spend with it and like make it my focus for gaming. Yeah. I know a lot of us sometimes are playing multiple games at once. And when you have like a big RPG like this, other things have to get shoved to the side or like take that back burner seat. And I want to be able to do that with Fable, and I think having a February release date really helps for that. But overall, still just very excited. I hope they don't spend too much time on it. That being said, just because they've done a lot to showcase what this game is going to be, at least mechanically, and some like the neat interactions you'll have with NPCs. But to your point, Michael, I think a bit more about the story would be a nice little trailer for them to focus on, at least in that aspect.
So we learned in the Xbox Developer Direct back in January that you apparently can't be explicitly good or evil like you could in the original trilogy.
No halos, no horns.
But, yeah, right. No halos, no horns. That's a great way to phrase it, actually.
I'm going to miss that, Ryan. That's one thing that I wish they would have retained with the Fable reboot, but I get what they're going for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to miss the dog. The dog was the best part of Fable 2, right? And 3.
Yeah.
But you can earn a reputation in sort of a town-by-town basis.
Yeah.
We learned from the Developer Direct of whether or not the townsfolk like you. So, Destin, are you going to be a nice guy, or are you going to be like a real pain in the backside?
Because it's town by town, I'm going to split the map, and half of it I'm going to be completely evil, and the other half are going to be completely good. Also, as many children as I can possibly have in the game by the end of it.
You're going to Elon Musk it as far as...
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan.
That is the most Destin answer. This is why you're back.
How can I mess with the sandbox? That's what I want to know.
Michael, you strike me as you're going to be a good.
Oh, I'm always a good guy. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I got a rep in these streets. You know, I'm a very good guy. But to that point, though, I played Mass Effect so many times. Every time I think, like, this is my Renegade run. I'm going to see what this is like. And then I get, like, a little bit... I make, like, 3 bad decisions. I'm like, damn, I feel pretty bad. And I revert back. I reload my save. But I think with Fable, morality systems being more interesting these days when it comes to games, it's not just, here's the good choice, here's the bad choice. It's more like, just make decisions and see where you end up based on that. And I think that kind of moral ambiguity in RPGs can lead to interesting storytelling, but I do think it's more ambitious. And Fable has that reputation, so I would trust Playground Games to really account for that and do something that would push RPGs forward. This is an opportunity for Xbox to put out a game that they don't necessarily put out very often. You know, we often think of Xbox being action games. You know, we have the Gears, we have the Halo games, Cars, we have Forza, we used to have Motorsport, now we got Horizon. So they have those bases covered, but can they deliver a true in-depth RPG? They have Obsidian, and they've done that with Avowed and the Outer Worlds series. But if you could have another studio like Playground kind of take up the mantle of like what modern RPGs could be, that will be a big deal.
Now you have to do a Mass Effect Renegade run.
Okay.
The decisions get so awful by the end of the trilogy.
Oh, that's not my Shepard I know.
Yeah.
Destin's like, you've played Mass Effect how many times? Hold my beer. All right, we've got a bunch of other games I want to talk about here. Halo campaign evolved. What's the hype level in the crowd for the remake of the campaign? So, you know, like, we're definitely getting a release date for that, right, Miranda? Like, there's no question.
We have to.
In the next hour here.
If it's not coming out this year,
Right.
which I'm like, of course it will be. Like, that's like one of the most Forrester things they've had. So I think, you know, it's only the campaign. It's not that long. So.
Right, and you and I love Halo so much. Are you hyped for this? Because I can't quite reach maximum hype level without multiplayer involved.
I am bummed that there's no multiplayer, but at the same time, this is the game I've played most, like replayed constantly. Like I know the game like the back of my hand, and I know they've changed some things for this. So I'm really curious to see what they've changed when we get into the game. Overall, though, like I mean, I'm excited to play. I'll of course play it. I played a bunch and probably play it like 3 times. But you know, I'm excited for my
another
solo
co-op run
legendary.
with your siblings.
Yeah, I'll drag them into it. But yeah, I think it's hard to be as excited because it's just such a known quantity, right? And like we've had remakes where we've had the glow up for Halo Combat Evolved specifically in such like a really cool way. So this is, you know, cool for the tech to see it in a different engine, but ultimately it's just like, I mean, we know this.
Well, while Halo may be a known quantity, something that isn't, that I expect to see today, is State of Decay 3. We've been waiting a long time for State of Decay 3. It's been teased in a couple of showcases over the course of like 5 years at this point. It's been a minute. Michael, you and I think, are on the same page with how much we love that game. What do you want to see? What do you think we're going to get out of State of Decay 3 today? If it's there. I mean, we don't know for sure that it's there.
I think, you know what, I am kind of a fan of like the gameplay walkthroughs at showcases where they show you what the moment-to-moment beats look like with those games. And I think State of Decay, because of the kind of people who are interested in State of Decay, they are systems-heavy people who are interested in that more in-depth stuff. So if that's a big part of the showcase, I think that's a W right there. Because like gameplay is the #1 thing that I'm most curious about it. Like how have they refined the series? What kind of modern elements are they incorporating? They've learned a lot, obviously, from State of Decay 2, and it's been so long. And so you expect 3 to kind of be this really polished thing out of the gate. And we've talked many times about how State of Decay has always come out the gate fairly rough. That's just kind of the nature of those games, and that's fine for what they were. It took time to get there. But I think State of Decay 3, out the gate, needs to be solid. It needs to have a lot of content. It needs to be polished. And hopefully, like with it being in a showcase, if it is, they can get over that reputation of being a janky game and be like, this is what it is, and it's coming soon-ish. But that's what I want to see from it.
Destin, there's been a little bit of a hubbub in the Xbox Online space over the last week or two about what system logos do you show at the end of the trailers for these things. And so one thing I want to ask you is, Forza Horizon 6, it's a 10 out of 10 game, says IGN.com, and a whole bunch of other outlets. 10 out of 10. It's and a whole bunch of players. It's another masterpiece from Playground Games. We know that it's coming to PS5 later this year, so what I'm curious to know from you, Destin, is do you think in the Xbox showcase we get the PS5 release date for Forza Horizon 6?
No. Asha Sharma was very clear that she's heard the fan feedback, and I have to imagine that we're not going to see PlayStation 5 logos or competitor logos in the broadcast anymore. That was a decision Phil Spencer had made, I believe, at the time. And It's just the community said they didn't want it. So no matter how we feel about it, she's made the decision to, going forward, not have that as part of the presentation. And core is one of her main tenets in her new strategy in terms of the business. So no, I don't think we got a release date for Forza Horizon 6 on PlayStation 5. And I would be surprised if they didn't do a file export without logos for this presentation.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, we need to take a quick break, but stick around. IGN Live will be right back.
IGN Live is presented by Amazon Luna, here to play.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com. IGN's
And we are back. Just a friendly reminder to stick around after the Xbox Game Showcase, because we'll be right back right here for our live post-show, plus tons more great interviews and gameplay demos coming out of IGN Live. All right, time now for what we hope to see. We talked in the first block about what we think, what we expect to see, but now let's do a little wish casting. Let's have a little fun. Michael Hyam, what do you hope to see in the Xbox Showcase in another 13 minutes and 34 seconds?
I was here 1 year ago getting hyped for Persona 4 Revival. I was a little disappointed by what they showed because they didn't show enough gameplay, they didn't give enough details, but this is the year in which they can follow up on that from last year. You know, I'm a big Persona guy, and I have a rep in these streets for being into RPGs on that level, but I'm interested in story changes, how they're doing gameplay this time around. It's gonna come soon, hopefully. It's a remake of a game that has been done many times at this point, so I need to be convinced that this is a game worth remaking. I think Persona 4 Golden, for what that game is, that is a pristine version of that game.
Yeah.
Why would you want to remake it? That's what they should do at the Xbox Showcase. I don't know if Atlas has much to show at all, or if they're saving it for another time or anything like that, but the fact that they have like this relationship with Xbox is very interesting as a Japanese dev that has traditionally been on PlayStation.
That's true.
You know, and I've always liked Xbox championing Japanese games, whether it's Sega stuff, or if it's Atlas, or if it's Square Enix and things like
Gaiden?
that. Yeah. Yeah, and so Persona 4 Revival, I want to see more in-depth coverage, and listen, I'm going to put my clown makeup on if this doesn't happen, but if there is a logo drop of Persona 6 or something, I will get hyped. again. But my clown makeup is in the backstage, and it's ready to go in case.
Wasn't there something last year that you promised some crazy thing you were going to do? And
did I?
I don't know. We don't
remember what it was.
We'll go back to the tape.
All right,
You're going to be eating paper after this?
Something like that. Now, Miranda, you don't have to promise to put on clown makeup or anything, but what do you hope to see that's going to get you fired up if in fact it happens?
I want an announcement for Wolfenstein 3, like a proper announcement. I mean,
where are them Wolfenstein fans out there?
Obviously, Machine Games has been pretty busy, but we've had Indiana Jones for a while now. And I'm like, all right, guys, bring back my boy BJ, bring back his twins, bring back the crew. Like, let's go slay some more Nazis.
Yeah.
Let's make things better. And I hope that they'll do, like, sort of a mood piece, like, with the announcement and not just a logo. Like, because I know whenever I think of people who just announce games with a logo, I'm like, we have Elder Scrolls. It's like, like I want more than what we got for that, basically, for this. Because I think, again, we kind of know where they would go probably.
Yeah.
Probably, but if it's not, I would like to have some of that matched to this hopeful mood piece that they would have. But
Michael, Wolfenstein 3, are you all in if that happens?
I would pop off for that. I think that's, there's a lot of things going for it. We haven't seen Wolfenstein in a long time, but Indiana Jones was a great game. Machine Games has a great reputation.
They got the sauce.
To say the least.
Yeah.
They have not missed. And so I think 2017 is a long time ago, y'all. I hate to break it to y'all, but 2017 was 9 years ago. And that's when we had the new Colossus. And that game was fantastic. But so much of the world itself around us has changed. And Wolfenstein has always been this sort of commentary on the things that they see manifest in a game that is, fantastical. It is historical fiction. It's dystopian. It's all these different things. But our world has changed so much. And I think Machine Games has proven that they're smart about how they weave those things. I think Wolfenstein, New Order, and New Colossus are actually very good. There's very good storytelling in that, on top of being a really good shooter. So if they do show 3, I do trust them with that.
Yeah, I mean, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, that was my 2024 game of the year. So it's it's still only a year and a half ago because it came out in December.
Yes,
so we'll see. It's, I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, but it's...
Hopefully time for an announcement, though. Or just... This is one where I'd be happy to hear about early. Even if it's still a few years away.
Just to reassure us that they are going to finish what they started with Wolfenstein.
Exactly.
All right, Destin.
Yeah.
What do you hope to see?
So we got a really deep look into this, and it's Clockwork Revolution.
Nice. Yeah.
So I really liked what I saw there. I would love to see a little bit more about it. I don't want them to have a huge section because I don't want to see too much. But the thing about that game that really strikes me is a lot of games we play today, they feel very samey, and that seems like it's doing something very unique and mixing a lot of mechanics that we haven't really seen the first-person shooter genre embrace and attempt to do with modern games. So I would love to see more about it.
Yeah, it seems like, Michael, would it be fair to say, based on what we've seen so far from Clockwork Revolution, that it's maybe almost a kind of a cousin to Obsidian stuff, to Outer Worlds, sort of that hybrid first-person shooter and proper RPG in one game?
Yeah, that's the impression we got. And knowing In Exile, who's developing this, it's they make games for RPG sickos.
Yes.
And like Path of Exile, you play Path of Exile.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So but to see a lot of those systems or ideas manifest in a first-person game, I think that could be a winning formula, and it's something new from them. It's new. It would be something fresh for Xbox, but also for In Exile. And I miss Dishonored. I got a lot of Dishonored vibes from what we saw previously with it, and there's room for that kind of game again. I know Arcane isn't working on a Dishonored anymore, and I miss that vibe. But that steampunk era with a lot of different technology you haven't seen before. But if you can go deeper on RPG systems in that kind of world, I like you said, though, I don't need to see more gameplay because we did get a deep dive. That was 5-6 minutes long last year. But if we could get hit with a story trailer,
a release window,
that would be cool to remind people at least that this game exists.
I've been really a big fan of all the games that have been coming out with boss fights as their show of gameplay because I think it really capitalizes on characterizing the kind of mechanics they want to really throw at you. Because when you get to boss, it's you're putting all the skills you've learned.
You're stepping up.
Right. So it's like the culmination of everything you learned up until that point. So being able to see a boss and see how they put that together, I think is such a great display without having to show too much of their story or too much of their environments that they're not ready to showcase yet, just because, spoilers. So I hope that would be a great opportunity for them.
Yeah.
We mentioned we had Arcane's Blade, Marvel's Blade brought up. Destin, any chance you think we see that? No,
I don't. I would love that to see where they're going with the gameplay and the unique art style that they presented thus far. But no, I don't think that's going to happen. What I would really like to see from this showcase is I want to see Xbox sort of showcase why you should invest in their ecosystem again.
Yeah.
What makes them special? And I don't know, are Gears and Halo going to be able to do that again, or is there something new that they have up their sleeves that will reinvigorate their base and get that new audience that they're trying to capture?
Well, I can think of one thing, but it's probably not happening today, and that would be an Elder Scrolls 6 teaser.
Oh yeah,
that's we're not there yet. I can't.
Exclusively on Xbox.
Well, that would end like all of LA would just melt.
That's the thing is like with Asha kind of like saying that they're thinking about and reevaluating exclusivity on Xbox.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's important for them to message, and I think it would be really powerful for them to have figured that out by now. I'm not confident they would, because I feel like that's like a really big decision for them to change that kind of trajectory, because it's not just them saying, actually, we don't want to do this anymore. Like, there's like contracts and legal obligations they have to other partners who that they said, yes, we're going to push this out other places. But I think there's still something, to your point, Dustin, about the future that they can at least start messaging.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we, 3 years removed from Starfield already at this point? Almost.
Yeah, 3 years.
Yeah. Wow, that went fast.
But I think Bethesda is like too big to do that to. Like they have a lot of studios, obviously, but I think Bethesda, in a way, also calls their own shots. And the impression I got when I talked to Todd Howard a couple months back, when I went to go see Starfield's new update and the PS5 release, that pipeline exists at Bethesda, and I think it would be, I don't think it would be smart if they would tell Bethesda, like, actually, you're not doing PlayStation development anymore. Like, that is kind of Bethesda's call to make. But again, like, Xbox has been doing some surprising moves, so maybe something like that is happening in the background, but I wouldn't bet on that.
The reporting says that PlayStation isn't going to do PC releases. If they're willing to walk away with $1 billion+ in revenue from their PC releases, maybe Xbox is looking at that and saying, maybe we do have too many cross-platform games. I could see a timed exclusivity.
That was where I
was for some of these entries, like they did with Indiana Jones.
Yeah, but again, probably too early for Elder Scrolls 6. It's still always fun to talk about. But one thing, so for me, what I hope to see, not saying this is going to happen, but we've seen Asha Sharma come in, try to get some wins, right? And I think, to her credit, I think she has done that. She lowered the price most of the way back down on Game Pass Ultimate after it went through the roof last year.
Good course correction there.
Yeah, and that was definitely very welcome, because quite frankly, I can't think of any other major gaming or entertainment streaming service that has lowered its price. They only ever go up. Certainly my Netflix bill only ever goes up.
Yeah.
But I wonder if Asha, and today, maybe we get a tiny price cut on the Series X and the Series S, because when she came in, she did address hardware as in sort of her introductory blog post is, hey, this is like hardware is too much. We need to be more affordable. And so like $25 or $50 still doesn't get us back to, I mean, these consoles should all be $400 or less at this point, if you ask me. But I could see maybe a small price cut today, especially with GTA 6 looming in November, because then like a lot of people are going to finally buy a current generation console because of GTA 6, and if the Xbox is a little bit cheaper, maybe that nudges some people to go that way. Michael, am I nuts here?
No, we've talked about it in a previous Unlocked episode that Miranda, I think you brought up, but then like it snowballed into this idea that if Xbox wants to be the platform to go to, affordability it's right there on the table. Because we cannot stop talking about how expensive hardware is. Technology ain't getting cheaper. It's unprecedented that 6 years into a console's life cycle, it's only gotten more expensive. So if they want to take that loss, whatever it might be, and be like, line it up with the biggest game that will ever release up to this point. If you could associate yourself with that, I know that Rockstar has certain marketing deals with other platforms, with like PlayStation and stuff, and it's not coming to PC yet. So what could be the most accessible and approachable way to play GTA 6 if you had not made the jump? A Series S might be the option too. Like that's not out of the realm of possibility.
I was going to say some of our core fans would be like, who hasn't made the jump at this point?
Actually,
a lot
of people.
I was talking to somebody who's like, oh yeah, I haven't played a game in like 6 years, but I'm going to come back for GTA. Like GTA is my thing. And I was like, oh, do you have a console to play it on? They're like, not yet. I'm still figuring it out. So, I mean, there's a market there for that for sure.
Asha highlighted that in the Bloomberg interview she just did recently that it was a 2.75% increase in hardware costs when typically we've seen a 50% price reduction by this point in the life cycle. And affordability is a key metric that she is looking at and trying to figure out how they can offer that to the audience when everybody else is raising their prices.
Yeah, so I'm really crossing my fingers for that one because I just think, again, even if, at $50 probably maybe covers sales tax on a $500+ console, but any little bit would be welcome. These things, they've just gotten too damn expensive. It's like the rent is too damn high. So it is time. So we'll see. But that's what we hope to see. Now let's see what we're gonna see.
It's starting.
The Xbox Showcase is starting.
Let's go.
We'll see you on the other side for our post-show recap.
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Stay sharp. Don't let them surround you.
There should be more guns in the trunk.
Here, strap these on.
This isn't enough. We should still head to the police station. We're gonna have more firepower there.
Right. Yes. It's about 2 blocks up ahead.
Okay.
Come on!
Shoot, move, and watch for civilians. Get inside, now! Ground's opening!
You see that? There's something big! Like huge crab figures picking up through the street!
Just the adrenaline hit. We need to keep moving through the underpass. People!
Let's get moving.
Let me see what I can do.
I'm at the fire safe. I need backup. These things are all over me.
More tremors.
Any gears out there? Anyone that can hear this? Look out! Shit!
These are goddamn breach points!
Reload it! Cover me! All right. That gear said they're stuck in the pay and save. Which way?
It's on the other side of those apartments. At least that thing carved us a shortcut.
Through here.
Too slow! Oh, bugger! Come on, then! Oh. Nice shot! Oh, where the hell did you lot come from?
We heard your distress call.
Well, you saved my ass. But we need to make ourselves scarce. These fuckers keep pouring in every few minutes.
More trappers, watch it!
Right on schedule. You guys here?
Yeah! Who are you? Where's your squad?
Beasties took out my squadron a couple hours ago. We went to protecting some survivors nearby. I was about to get back when I got cornered in the hip.
These things been coming in waves?
Yeah, what's the problem till I ran out of ammo? I'm not just standing up. I got friends inside.
Eat that!
Throwing a grenade! Stay calm. Watch back.
Reload it!
Gotta reload!
Anyone see him?
Contact front!
There's no end to these freaks! Pick them off!
On your right, right! I got it!
Jammed! Damn it! Tom!
I'm almost there! Fall back!
Our roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
Welcome to the Xbox Game Showcase. For the past 25 years, Xbox has delivered some of the greatest games of all time. Games that changed what was possible, games that brought players together, and games that defined generations. Xbox was built on the spirit of creativity and heart. And as we kick off the show with Gears of War E-Day, it's only fitting that as we return to Xbox, we return to Gears. So today, we're announcing that Gears of War E-Day will be an Xbox console exclusive. The core of Xbox is great games, and that's what today is all about. We're going to show you more than 25 titles from creators around the world, followed by our Gears Direct. Enjoy the show.
Do I remember the moment my powers came in? Well, I was being crushed to death with seawater and mud and manure, whilst holding onto my sister's hand. I remember her fingers gripped so tightly in mine that her nails drew blood. Until I lost her grip. But she stayed away. Does stick in the memory bit, yeah. I know why you're here. You want to talk about them. They're not real heroes.
You ever seen a legend in the flesh?
All that power, how do they use it? Killing mindless beasts. Fighting petty villains. None of that matters.
Look what the guild shut out.
A real hero knows how to wield power. Don't waste the time on trivialities.
You're back, and dressed like a twat.
Got more important things to worry about than vegetables.
A hero knows how to live with their choices.
Oi! What the fuck was that?
Well, I was just
sent my brother into the infinite fucking abyss without even asking permission.
Remorse? Remorse is for the guilty. Look, I will tell you what I told them. Albion is broken, and I'm going to mend it. Albion doesn't need heroes. It needs a hero.
You're a monster.
And that hero is me.
You've heard the story. Halo, the Chief, stuff of legends. But that's not the story I'm telling today. This one you haven't heard. Op started simple enough. Drop in, grab the goods, get out before anyone noticed. Well, guess what? They noticed. Now you ready to get to it? You served long enough. You learn to read a battlefield. This place, more of a freak show. And trust me, I know freaky.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're on the clock. The thing with simple jobs is, they always get complicated. Plans change. Odds get worse. My advice, bring a Spartan.
Chief, you ever get tired of being the strong, almost silent type?
No.
There's something on this island. It's like it calls to me. You and my father found that island thanks to me.
There's more to this than you understand. More than you can handle.
I've proven myself.
Have you? Have you really?
A sword keeps you alive. A dagger wins the fight. Look at this place. It's mad.
The final confrontation is about to begin!
Where are the others? This was dead, Lenny. They're all dead. Move!
But you couldn't have said, hey, Lenny, you know those ancient death curse rumors? Well, maybe they're true. Sit in.
You ever heard of the Midnight Channel?
Domino might have been on that Midnight Channel before she died too.
Oh, where are we?
Whoa.
Feels like we're someplace totally different. Watch out!
Now then, whatever's going on here, we're getting to the bottom of it.
To wield a persona is to wield direct control of one's heart. And the heart is strengthened through bonds.
Doesn't it sound cool?
Someone had to see that. I'm glad it was you.
Was that supposed to be him?
Good times never seem to last long, do they?
I hate you, sneaky, stupid bully jerk! I can't wait!
So, shall we?
Really? So neat!
Come on, don't call me that.
All shadows were originally born from humans.
Well, then that means Senpai got killed by her other self.
No! Get out of here! Don't look at me! Does that mean you're just gonna stuff me back in your head and pretend I'm not Rhea? I can't! I can't!
All right, which means that we also gotta catch whoever's tossing people in here.
I think I'd like to help too. I'm not running away from this. Oh, but I have no problem taking down shadows. It's over!
So yeah, I'll be counting on you, partner. Then let's team up and catch this jerk.
Let's end this! Here! Go! Persona!
friends and I used to argue about what ended the world. A weapon. A virus. Something worse. It started in quiet towns. Empty roads. Places the world forgot. Guys, I found a nest. These survivors found each other, built walls, pushed back against the night. We'll always have each other's back. Because the world has become more dangerous than ever. The dead aren't just wandering anymore. They hunt. Doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is that when the dead come through the dark, so do we.
On the Sea of Thieves, there have been plenty of grand adventures. But what if you could make your own Sea of Thieves experience? With our new free update, Custom Seas, you can. Let me explain. You can create new ways to play. Like Rowboat Royale, where small but bloodthirsty crews duke it out in a furious battle to the death. Just remember to watch out for explosive barrels. Oh, I'm sure they're fine. Or Skeleton Snipe Hunt, where the sharpest shooter with the highest score wins. Or maybe you just want to spawn this, and these, and one of those, and absolutely loads of these, and, well, you get the idea. You can create a cinematic masterpiece. With enhanced camera tools, you could show romance, action, or tragedy. Or maybe just show the world from a whole new perspective. Or you could even just create a place to hang. Literally, if you want. Or you could come together for a party. Or maybe you want somewhere you can just kick back and relax. Whatever your piratical pursuits may be, we're giving you your own keys to the seas. There's a whole new world of possibility ready to explore. So dive in and unleash your creativity. The tools are now in your hands. What you do with them is up to you. Just try not to wreck the place.
There is a liar in these tunnels. They call him Führer. But that is not your name. Your name is Hunter.
As a Spartan, you were a legend. You stood for something. But where are the Spartans now? To protect the metro. From you. You promised a brighter future. For our people. Now, the Norai spreads tyranny. In your name. You swore to crush the enemy. To face them head on. And guide the metro to the light. But darkness consumes you. Spreads like a plague. Eats you from within. Every step and every move drowns you deeper in lies. Your lies, and now, Hunter, that legendary Spartan is gone. Turn to ash. I won't stop until the Führer burns with him.
World premiere. World premiere.
Countless wars have been waged throughout history in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. A champion rises, destined to quell the chaos of this senseless cycle. Awaken. Phoenix.
So, it was you who set the Red Cliffs ablaze.
You're ready for the challenge and the reward of opening your very own cult.
Nothing can beat us, nothing can break us, nothing can shock us, nothing can shake us. I know it's nothing.
You'll be going to beautiful Bedford County, USA, teaming with locals waiting to join our family.
You scare me? You don't scare me.
You better reevaluate your life choices.
You pissed off a random person on the street. You want a trophy?
Even if they don't know it yet.
But our love just can't be stopped. Nothing can beat us, nothing can break.
Build a cult, and I will shield you from the apocalypse. Join us. Join us.
Nothing can stop our love.
Looking for the owner of a severed human head. Come and collect it, or it will be given away on a first-come, first-served basis.
World premiere.
Left your people behind. Believing time would see them heal. But what is left in the dark sickens. And some binds cannot be broken. Accept what waits for you.
Answer the call of Vault 76.
Welcome to the surface, a sprawling paradise. Meet the locals, learn to fish. Doesn't that sound nice? What a hoot! You found loot. This is no time to hoard. Share your stroke of luck with your pals. All aboard. Build your camp as a team. Hey, life's pretty swell. But in this Appalachian wonderland,
All is not well.
Gadzooks! It's worse than expected. Enemies are waiting in places undetected. So suit up, son, and defend our great nation. And gather all your friends when you fight this infestation. That's the play, Daddy-O. We'll tackle them all. Rebuilding our bright future from the ashes, rising tall. When you hear adventure calling, when you're looking for kicks. Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault 76. Oh, dear.
been led astray by your acts of defiance. Argent Anor trembles in the wake of your actions. They follow you now.
The Council has chosen. Beneath this chamber will be your tomb. This place is your pain given shape. It holds many secrets. Only a cleansed soul may leave. I am not your enemy. I am your way out.
With the Slayer gone, have you not found peace? The demons, they have retreated. Their war is with him.
The Slayer is alive, and we're going to find him.
frozen north, we know only one way of life. We know the thunderous crash of the waves against our ships. We know the bite of cold steel. The roar of fires that consume our enemies. And that the moment of peace is only temporary. Because Valhalla opens its gates only to the worthy. And the next proving ground awaits just beyond the horizon.
Premiere.
Ladies and gentlemen, admirers of the mysteries of magic, take your seats before the lights go down and the curtain rises, for our next act is about to begin. Are you sitting comfortably? Are you prepared to witness feats both mystifying and illuminating? Watch closely then, and let the shadows tell their story. Behold, the famous Jacob Menturo, stage magician extraordinaire. So brilliant were his tricks, it cast 5 long shadows behind him. They called themselves Masters. Through a deal with the devil, the Masters sought yet more power. Their deal demanded a sacrifice, and in the darkness, they chose Jacob. Jacob was trapped in eternal torment, but the devil had other plans. He pulled Jacob from his infernal nightmare and offered a new deal. Face their legions, their tricks, every abomination they command. Take what should have been his. Escape if he can. That's your cue. Run. deal's a deal, Jacob. I'll see you soon.
What would you give for victory? Your life? The lives of your sons?
The line between victory and defeat is thin. What if you had within you power, terrible and divine, to destroy your enemies, break their will? Would you have the strength, the resolve to wield it? If destiny was there, within reach, could you sacrifice everything? For your country. For your empire. For your emperor.
Glenumbra's full of thieves. What is it you're after? Don't take this the wrong way, but we've been watching you. You've got talent and a lot of promise.
Stop! Thief!
Are you ready to talk about planning a real heist, partner? Welcome to our Thieves Guild. Our members will show you the ropes. This job is going to need every trick in the book.
I heard that caravan should arrive tomorrow.
Some jobs call for slick distractions and quick fingers, but you never truly know what's behind a door. Or if that's not quite your style, step out of the shadows and take a direct approach. There's other treasure all around the world, if you know where to look and are willing to fight for it. Whether it's fortune, adventure, or danger, the Thieves Guild has everything you need, as long as you're willing to take it.
Don't mind if I do. Hands off the cheese. I got here first. Oh.
mountain stands here, yet it cannot be seen. The wind passes without a sound. People move within. The Moists move in secrecy, renowned for their mastery of mechanisms. As the old order begins to fall, no one can remain untouched. When all is obscured, the battle has only just begun. Beneath every mechanism, the true game lies in the human heart. This is your game to decide.
Dracula's castle is just ahead. I have come here to destroy you, just like my father, mother, and their allies before me.
No one believed me when I said the newest Belmont would be a girl.
God has given you another chance, Rose. You must use it wisely to better control your curse and strengthen yourself.
You are no more than an irritating thing. What makes you think you can stop me this time?
I've always wanted a pet Belmont.
Stupid girl. I will show you what hell is.
I am Rose Belmont, and I will hunt the night!
Some years have a color to them. A haze that seems to fill the whole world. In its glow, you discover wonderful new places. Dear friends you always needed. And golden moments which linger on the warm breeze. As you live your days as dreams.
World premiere.
It's my kind of night. Alarms are ringing, bullets are flying.
What you do that for?
My fingers slip. And every copper in the tangle is on my tail.
Hooligans, come to order!
Piss off! Let me introduce you to some of my esteemed colleagues.
Even my schemes have schemes.
Me, I prefer to make it up as I go.
Morgan! Oh, you'll have better odds getting through without me.
Everyone knows you're easy pickings for someone with any sand.
Then give my regards to the Sandman.
Cheap rubbish.
A corpse in hand is worth two in the grave, as they say.
Look at the bloody airships. We're not here for you.
Not here for me! I'm Anne fucking Darrow!
Time to lay our hands to mischief.
We've been preparing to rob Griswick's vault for months now. So put in the heist tonight, yeah? Morgan, get to that crane to lower the ship.
Greetings. I am the Miracle Industries auto-loading crane. If you have the authority, I am at your service.
What happens if I fired a few holes in you?
The lift is now unlocked.
Ah, defeat. How sad. You were all doing so well.
Do you expect us to go quietly?
Well, I certainly don't expect any trouble from some of Avalon's most disposable citizens.
Hello, frightened human. I can get you out of this. You've just jumped about 25 years back in time. This place, on this day, is ripe for changing the course of history.
This life ain't one for granting easy choices, but I just found a way to control the past. Change who's in control. Make things unfair in our favor. Brought you a little toy with a big mouth.
What a proper little villain.
A better villain than you'll ever be, you decrepit old soak.
The pimp, the plod, the priest. Who do we like the least? Oh, it's different how they do ya. The ways they stick it to ya. And when they're done with chucking it up, oh, downstairs, well, they're all gonna screw you in the end.
Nothing's ever given to folk like us, especially not the future. But this time, we've a chance to steal it. What more could an honest thief ask for?
Stairs, well, they're all going to screw you in the
Clockwork Revolution is an original experience full of intriguing characters and incredible world building. And it's an Xbox console exclusive coming in 2027. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is a milestone year for us as we celebrate 25 years with you, and we're excited about our lineup of iconic games. Record-breaking Forza Horizon 6, the return of Master Chief, rebuilt from the ground up, the extraordinary world of Fable, full of choice and consequences. Incredible games from our partners at Sega, 4A Games, Koei Tecmo, and more. And players can look forward to 2 upcoming exclusives, Gears of War E-Day in 2026 and Clockwork Revolution in 2027. In a moment, we'll dive into Gears of War E-Day, but before we do, One franchise that has been with us from the beginning is Call of Duty. Now it's bigger than ever, with a new Modern Warfare later this year and a movie on the way. Last month, the teams at Infinity Ward and Activision gave us a glimpse of the story and gameplay. Today, they are back with a first look at DMZ, reimagined in a way that only Call of Duty can deliver.
경의하는 최고령도자 동지. 현명한 용도 아래 우리 조선 반도는 질서 정연하고 강력하다. 남부 차단 구역에서 발생했던 산업 사고는 우리 공화국의 영웅적 투쟁으로 이미 수습되어 조국의 안전엔 흔들림이 없다. 차단 구역은 안전하다.
Inside the mall is a set of black files carrying bounty intel on a high-value target. Locate the files and eliminate the HVT. Expect contact. HVT may be in the area hunting anyone after that intel. Jeez, this is huge. It's dark as hell. That's why you got NVGs, man.
Hey, I'm gonna head downstairs real quick. See if there's any weapons or gear laying around.
No, that's a negative. That's not why we're here.
I'm gonna be fine. It's only gonna take 2 seconds.
I say again, that's a negative. Okay, get your ass upstairs.
Damn, he's down. Let's go help him.
Hell no. That's on him. I told him to get his ass up here.
Copy. Where are we at on the intel?
Got it. Alright, let's find that HVT.
On you.
Overwatch to actual. Letting that intel compromise your location. Enemies are alerted to your position.
Shit.
Yeah, you know we're here.
Damn.
Okay. Alright, let's just find that HVT.
Hey, hold on.
What's up?
Let's just... Hey, you good, man?
Fuck.
Yeah, you're all right.
Was that the HVT?
Hey, fuck the HVT. Let's just go to exfil.
Fuck! I got you, man.
Yeah.
You good?
Yep. Let's just get out of here.
All right. Let me get some ammo.
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, let's move. Overwatch to actual. Look for any building with green smoke. I say again, green smoke. Breeze, you got eyes?
Yeah, I got it. Oh, shit. I'm inside.
Get your ass to the roof right now.
Copy. Please have medical. Oh, thank you.
downstairs?
Negative. Head up the ladder. Going up the roof. Oh, shit!
Welcome to the Coalition, here in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, home of Gears of War. When Gears debuted in 2006, it instantly redefined the genre. And now in 2026, we're on the cusp of another rare moment. A chance to honor where we've been, celebrate with our fans, and lay the foundation for where Gears is going next. To get there, we're taking it all the way back to the day the world changed and the fight began, Emergence Day. It's a day of unimaginable loss that sits at the heart of our universe. And today, for the first time, we're ready to take you inside the studio and show you all the ways to play with our new movements, weapons, and modes that will make E-Day the most brutally satisfying Gears yet.
Is that all you got?
Before we talk about what this game is, I think it's important to share why we chose E-Day. When we started this project, we were moving to Unreal Engine 5. It was a new foundation with a blank slate. So we took a moment to reflect on what makes Gears so special to us and to our fans. And we realized that all of the things that make this world feel so unique, brotherhood, brutality, that melancholy beauty, and over-the-top spectacle, they're all perfectly set up in this one moment in time, E-Day. The moment the Locust ripped through the ground and changed the history of Serra forever. And to tell that story, we wanted to build an experience that evoked the vibes of the original Gears game. So we started with this one still from the Mad World trailer. It's Marcus facing down the Locust, defiantly firing into the darkness against overwhelming odds, and we said this is the emotional core of Gears. This is the tone and feeling that we wanted to build our next game around.
This is our most ambitious game yet. E-Day is a story we haven't been able to tell before because we didn't have the technology to do it. We finally have the tools to reimagine the Gears world at a new, unprecedented level of detail. We're pushing Gears to new heights with the densest, most detailed world we've ever created. With seamless, large-scale environments.
It's even worse from up here.
Fully dynamic ray trace lighting. And richer real-time destruction. Starting with an empty hard drive, we literally rebuilt everything from scratch. Characters, enemies, weapons, animation, sound, the world itself. And then we tear it apart in front of you.
Watch out! Coming down!
You'll fight against bigger and more brutal enemies with new and craftier weapons and navigate the battlefield with more natural character movement so that every moment of emergence plays smoother and hits harder.
This is a game that feels like Gears, but plays like new.
Now, we're inside.
It's a return to the feelings that we had when we played the original games, but now reimagined, evolved, and enhanced with the power of a new engine.
E-Day is set before the events of the original Gears of War. After decades of conflict, peace has finally been declared on Serra, and the Gears have returned home.
Love you, baby.
Marcus Phoenix and Dominic Santiago are young veterans trying to adjust to civilian life while grieving the loss of someone they both loved. Carlos Santiago, Dom's older brother and Marcus's best friend.
To Carlos.
To Carlos. Best fucking brother anyone could ask for.
Carlos died in combat in a moment of sacrifice before the war ended, and without him, Marcus and Dom's relationship is distant.
The emotion from our refinery gets power.
With the world just barely on the cusp of peace and our characters coming to terms with their new reality, the Locusts emerge and change everything.
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Strap these up.
E-Day tells not one, but two origin stories. The start of this world falling apart and a brotherhood coming together. And over the course of 3 intense days, you'll see how loss reshapes this world and our characters, beginning with a night of desperate survival in a brand new city.
We decided to focus our story on just one city, so you could really feel what war does to people. When we started creating Kelowna, we wanted it to be more than just a backdrop. We wanted to feel alive, like it was another character in the story, packed with layers and personality. Kelowna used to be all about innovation and discovery. But years of industrialization for the Cog War effort totally reshaped it. With such a rich history, it made sense to lean into that classic Gears retro vibe. Towering architecture, robust vehicles, and grounded technology. Kind of like those gritty industrial cities from the 1970s. We also looked right outside these windows at the mountains, the ocean, and local landmarks to help give Kelowna its unique style. As you play the campaign, the city reveals itself through the main districts. The historic center, with its classic Gears architecture in stone and steel. The downtown core, more modern, reshaped by decades of industrial growth. The military airfield, set at the forest edge with shipyards nearby, the refineries, and supporting working-class neighborhoods, built around constant emulsion production.
Gears plays best in a city, and Kelowna is the ultimate battlefield. Kelowna's density, tight streets, mixed with open spaces, let us rethink how gear moves through the world, and it created the perfect stage for greater scale and verticality in combat. Our soldiers are basically giant tanks in armor. They slam into cars, weaving through hails of bullets. And we wanted to keep that heaviness, but add more fluidity to how you move through the battlefield. Cover is life in Gears. And we've completely rebuilt our movement and cover systems, with smoother transitions and a bigger range of cover heights and shapes, including new low ground cover. This all allows us to create more complex and organic feeling spaces than ever before. From Sprint, you can now slide, which lets you quickly get under objects, slide around corners, or transition more smoothly into cover from a run. And we added the ability to jump, which really opened up this citywide battleground. We get to play with more verticality, climbing walls and vehicles, or clearing gaps in crumbling buildings to reach new flanking routes. At the heart of our gameplay is still that great Gears combat puzzle. A mix of unique enemy combinations, tactical weapon choices, and your ability to read and move through the arena. But now you have more choice than ever, and we get these peaks of almost action movie sequences. You can throw yourself off a balcony, land next to your buddy and revive him, scramble through cover, slide under a truck, and hit safety on the other side. We get these amazing Gears playgrounds, small and large, where all these elements come together, and the city is filled with them.
Our missions move across the city, from linear fights in narrow streets and alleys to more open districts, where you have access to entire neighborhoods. Now you have strategic choices. Do you take the enemy head-on? Do you flank them from a side entrance? Or do you climb up to the balcony across the street and take them all out with your long shot? It's up to you. And if you're playing co-op with your friends, well, then you can try all three at the same time. Taking your own path reveals small stories from the city. Survivors trapped in an apartment.
There's a civilian in that building, 4th floor.
A raven crashed in the distance. A group of Gears readying an ambush. You still have your orders, but it's up to you to decide where you offer to help or how much of the city you choose to explore.
And that city is fully realized. To create a city of this scale and detail, we needed to invest in an entire suite of tools. Tools for roads, intersections, sidewalks, e-holes, buildings, rooftops, and pipes. We have a procedural content generation toolset for scattering millions of pieces of trash and debris across the ground to make Kelowna feel lived in. This is the largest, most complex location you've ever seen in a Gears game.
But the port control is connected to an older antenna. I can reconfigure their radios to reach Afira.
Do it. The remaining Gears will hold the fort.
In other Gears games, the world's basically already dead. There are very few human survivors left. But in E-Day, you're watching a live city get ripped apart in front of you. People who once went to work, sporting events, and celebrated the possibility of peacetime are now stopped in their tracks. They abandon their cars and run for survival, attempting to find refuge in subways or stores. A glimpse of a child's toy or dinner left uneaten are reminders of what's been lost and the horror of what the locusts have unleashed.
You'll experience the locust decimation at all scales in E-Day through our customized destruction technology. E-holes are back, unleashing waves of enemies from under your feet at any moment.
As a game design element, getting to use E-holes again as a spawn mechanic is brilliant. Locusts can come out of the ground anywhere, you can toss a grenade in to close them up, just adds this great tactical layer to encounters.
But you'll also encounter massive sinkholes that'll pull down vehicles and entire buildings. And no amount of detail is too small, as micro-destruction goes beyond what we've ever done before with chippable cover across a range of materials. Your impact is real, visceral, and leaves a mark on the world. Destroyed Beauty has long been a visual pillar of Gears of War, and we finally get to show the before, making the after hit that much harder. You'll recognize a neighborhood that was once intact is now completely destroyed. You'll walk through city streets filled with smoke and fire, and it feels completely different from how you first experienced it. You start getting this real feeling of the city's a character, and it's really under attack. It's the fall of Kelowna.
E-Day is an intentionally intimate story. There's this colossal event going on in the plot, but the actual characters and the journey they go on is where you get to explore themes of burden, of loss, and of loyalty. The whole world of Gears is about characters. It's the nightmarish monsters from below versus the soldiers that hold the line in a war for survival.
You okay?
No way this is real. It's pretty fucking real to me. On your feet.
This was our opportunity to focus on what makes Gears characters so special and what makes our enemies so iconic. The entire campaign is played from the perspective of our new squad, Bravo. As the invasion breaks out, you'll meet Mags Carter, a former gear now sweating it out at Kelowna's emulsion refinery.
Now, why don't you come talk shit when your balls drop? And quit going through my stuff.
And you'll also meet rookie cadet Lucas Reyes. A sharp comms officer who never made it to the front lines despite his dreams of military glory.
Holy fucking shit.
Megs and Lucas, together with Marcus and Dom, are 4 soldiers thrown together, fighting through tensions with each other while fighting the Locusts, ultimately forging their bonds in battle.
We follow Bravo Squad with our cinematic cameras, just like the intense war movies we love. The shots are intentionally gritty and a bit shaky, and leaning into these rough edges is what makes you feel like you're right in the middle of the action.
Bravo's story also intertwines with others called to defend the city, including returning characters like warrior philosopher Ty Caliso.
Our roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
Ty. And fans of the books will finally get to see the hard-ass Raven pilot Gil Gettner in-game for the very first time.
Let's go and fuck this mess.
Marcus and Dom are absolute legends. You can spot those strong jaws and thick necks from a mile away. But if you go too realistic, you lose those unique features that make them stand out. Honestly, Marcus just isn't Marcus if you take away his classic perma-scout. So instead of chasing perfect realism, we focused on making them believable and memorable, respecting the details that really make them who they are.
Material and character fidelity in Gears of War E-Day far surpasses anything we've been able to achieve before. Our facial animation systems have been completely upgraded for E-Day, with 3 times more joints and over 350 facial shapes sculpted for each head alone to really represent the emotion in our characters. Marcus has more detail in his eyelashes than his entire character model did in the original Gears of War on Xbox 360.
Phoenix. Marcus. Sergeant, 26 RTI C Company. Next of kin, Adam Phoenix.
With the amount of layers we have, we've never had fidelity at this scale. Combined with a much more sophisticated animation rig, this allows us to have way more expressive characters with a huge range. From a small smirk to yells on the battlefield.
Come and get some, you goddamn grubs!
Your experience takes on a new intensity. We're pushing the graphical limit with 4K Ultra HD resolution, native HDR10 rendering, hardware ray tracing at 60 frames per second in campaign, and up to 120 frames per second in multiplayer.
When it comes to the Locusts, to make them more believable, we made them scarier. The drones are wild and vicious. The boomers are even bigger this time around. Like living battering rams smashing through doorways onto the battlefield. The wretches scream so loud it disorients you before they rip you apart. And the Reavers, they crawl up buildings and rain fire from above. Basically, the whole Locust army, whether new or old, are more intense than ever before.
So what now, Marcus?
We save everyone we can.
Gears of War has never been a horror game, but the world has always felt horrifying. And with E-Day, we lean into that even more. Our new gore system means damage feels meaty, responsive, and satisfying.
That was satisfying.
Muscle and cloth deforms in response to your attacks, and blood and bone damage adds to the intensity of combat. Gore is localized as well. Shoot a locust in the armor leg, and you'll see the bullet take a chunk out of it. Or land a heavy shot on a limb, and our dismemberment system will rip it clean off in glorious detail.
The Nasha is going to get you the most satisfying shots, covering you in blood. or pop heads from afar with the long shot. We've revamped our favorite weapons for E-Day. And of course, we also have some fun new ones for even more brutal ways to tear your enemies apart. The new Gut Puncher grenade launcher is a COG weapon that fires armor-piercing explosive rounds. Quick fire a round to let it explode, or hold the trigger to control when it detonates. That means you can place a well-timed explosion behind an enemy protected by cover, or with practice, master its long-range eco closing potential. The incinerator is our new shotgun. You can see the emulsion literally melt the skin off an enemy's body. Before, you'd probably get into a grapple if an enemy came charging at you. Now, you feel the power of getting to incinerate them when they get close. And of course, the Lancer.
Nice.
The creation of the Chainsaw Lancer is another origin story from lore that we wanted to show in E-Day. From the moment that Ty grabbed that chainsaw to rip through a locust at the superstore, to a prototype kit bash on the front lines of the invasion, all to deliver on that gratifying moment when you finally get to slice a grub in two.
Gears music has always been about tension, escalation, and release. When a fight kicks off, the music hits hard. It tightens as things get more dangerous. And when you've dropped the last enemy, you hear that familiar big ringing chord. For E-Day, we kept that structure, but made the sound harsher. Together with our composer, Adam Lustica, we built the score to match a world on the verge of collapse. The electric guitar returns alongside classical instruments, but both are pushed into uncomfortable territory. Like dragging a bone saw across a cello, creating dissonance that never fully resolves.
Where the hell are we?
And then there's the sound design. All chainsaws have voices. When it came to the sound for our Proto Lancer, it was important to us to track down the exact make and model that was recorded back in 2006 and rebuild it from the ground up using our new sound effects system. This chainsaw has a 14-inch blade with that signature meaty yet intimate sound, and when it revs, you can hear all the gnarly details. In terms of how you'll experience Kelowna, I always think about our acoustic system like this. I'm walking down a street and I hear the sound reflecting off the walls around me. Then I step into an alley and everything immediately tightens. I come back out into a wide space and the sound opens up again, almost like a cathedral. And it's not just those spaces, it's the transitions between them where the magic really happens. That's where things feel alive. That's acoustics in real time. It's a heavy world. And what better way to experience its dread and tension than through the music and sound that surrounds you?
No other game does the squad like Gears does. Our themes, our gameplay, and our modes, they all revolve around this core element. But it's not just about the brotherhood that you experience in the stories. It's also about the bonds you create with your friends. Co-op has always been a part of our DNA. And like every great Gears game, you can bring your own squad to this fight. In campaign, all 4 characters are playable from the start. And we support 4-player online co-op and 2-player split screen on console. In Versus, our sweaty squad-based PvP is back, with a collection of 4v4 modes and all new maps set in locations in and around the war-torn city of Kelowna. We've combined classic Gears' symmetrical PvP map design with new traversal opportunities. You'll put your skill to the test alongside a seasonal roadmap of killer content, almost all of which you can just earn by playing the game. completing in-game challenges, events, and achievements. And today, we're excited to announce a dynamic new evolution of Gears' iconic PvE mode, Horde Siege. It's a 12-player mode where all 3 squads fight alongside each other to battle the Locust invasion and defend Kelowna across a range of city-based maps. We'll have more to share soon, and we hope you join us for our open beta weekends later this summer.
We good? Sergeant Phoenix?
Guess we're back to it.
We can't outrun the past. But as long as we're still breathing, we're the ones that keep fighting.
20 years of Gears is such a milestone. It is such an honor and also a huge responsibility to make sure we deliver on the story of Gears.
It always comes back to the squad. It always comes back to this theme of getting through the absolute shittiest of times with somebody else who constantly has your back. And that's Marcus and Dom's story. The story of the original trilogy. The story of E-Day. And the story I think we can all relate to.
Thanks for pushing through. Couldn't have done it alone.
You got it, man.
Having the opportunity to have E-Day come out in the same year as the 20th anniversary of Gears, the quarter-century anniversary of Xbox, it's almost like a homecoming. It's like returning back to our roots and saying, fuck yeah, we're back. And we have so many more stories to tell. It's an incredible honor and one that we want to make sure that we do right.
Ty. What a nightmare.
Untouched by nearly 80 years of war. Destroyed in 2 nights.
For us, the heart of Gears has always been about the bonds you make in the darkest of times. Inside the studio, we rally around a simple phrase: never fight alone. It guides how we build our stories, our gameplay, and our world. It's how we work as a team and the commitment we make to you, our fans. Everything comes back to that important idea of sharing life's experiences, the highs and lows, together. And E-Day is the best expression of never fight alone that we've ever made. Whether you'll be picking up a Lancer for the first time ever, or you're as battle-hardened as Marcus Phoenix, there's always a place for you in the Gears squad when Emergence begins on October 6th.
I know why you're here.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. The council has chosen.
Now you ready to get to it?
Do you expect us to go quietly?
I've proven myself.
Have you really?
I have come here to destroy you.
Welcome to the surface.
again. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's weekly Xbox show, Podcast Unlocked, and joining me now to break down everything revealed during the Xbox Game Showcase, Miranda Sanchez, Michael Hyam, and Destin Legary. Love the energy from the IGN Live crowd right now. So quick impressions. First of all, just what did we think of the conference? Miranda, I will start with you.
Well, no one can say that Xbox doesn't have games.
That is
There's
true.
So many games. A lot of updates, which is what we were asking for. It's like, let's get release dates, get timelines for a lot of these things, because, you know, as we were saying in the pre-show, when are things coming out? And we got a lot of that, which is good. But also, I know me and my team are going to be very busy in September and February.
February, yeah.
So I guess I won't be sleeping for a while, but it's best when I'm not sleeping because I'm playing a lot of video games.
Michael, how was this conference for you?
Great showcase, and it had the two things that I cared about most. No clown makeup today, man. I was right. We had P4, we had P6. I'm going to talk all about that later.
We'll get to that.
They had the things I wanted, and there's so much around that. Just that sizzle reel at the end with all the logos of all the games they're showing. It's like Miranda said, I'm with you on that. Can't say Xbox don't got games no more.
Destin, top-level thoughts. What'd you think of the Xbox showcase?
I really liked it, and I really loved seeing Xbox console exclusive on a lot of those trailers. That's smart.
Perfect pivot. So there were two games that were deemed Xbox console exclusives, no PS5, and that is Gears of War E-Day and, Miranda's #1 game of the fall, certainly. And then Clockwork Revolution, a new steampunk RPG, which we've seen before, but now they're confirming that one as an Xbox console exclusive. Let's start with Gears. I mean, that was the star of the show today.
I'm so happy.
I have to start with Miranda. So we learned a lot between, of course, the release date at the very beginning of the show, October 6th, same day as Star Wars Galactic Racer, so make your choice.
It's obvious.
On that one. But then we learned a lot more in the Gears Direct that immediately followed. We've got a 12-player Horde mode in multiplayer. We've got a full-fledged campaign, Unreal Engine 5. So, Miranda, you have high expectations for this series. You and me both. We've been playing it since the beginning. What'd you think of what you saw from Gears of War E-Day?
I feel like we've only scratched the surface of what this game is going to be, because they really emphasize that you are going to be in one city. You're not going outside of city limits probably, or maybe just barely. Like, you're going to be in this one focal area. And it seems a lot less, not necessarily not linear, like there will probably move you from chapter to chapter, but there's like maybe more to play with. And Gears hasn't been open world, it has open sandbox space.
Right, from 5.
Yeah, and that kind of seems what they sort of hinted at, like pretty heavily for this one as well. I could see like maybe you finish a mission, they dump you back out, you have a choice to go to an area, go help some civilians get rescued, and then go back and report in and see what's up. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to build that out and keep it interesting. We kind of knew this was going to be taking place over like just a few days, and they confirmed like, yes, it's going to be 3 days of this new team together. I was also excited. Okay, I'm gonna rein it in because I could just talk about this for like the next hour, which, you know, we got a lot to talk about. But I'm also really excited that they showed us Bravo Squad, which is the squad focus for this one. So we get 2 new characters, Max Carter and Lucas Reyes. We also get to see people like Ty, who we love. They noted that some of the characters from books and comics are coming into this for the first time in the games, which is really cool. So I'm curious to see how much they're going to deviate from what has already been laid out in the books and comics and make this their own. But also, like, the really cool scene with Ty in the first trailer we got at the end where he saves Marcus, like, that's straight out from what has already been published. And it's so cool to see that brought to life in, like, such a beautifully gruesome way. I love their tech when they were just like, look at how we do dismemberment. Look at all this gore. And I was like, yeah.
We've got some jumping now.
Jumping?
At points. You can actually jump. The like lifting yourself up on top of vehicles and other higher cover.
Yeah,
and then
the road cover.
The higher mantle. Yeah, go ahead, Miranda.
Yeah, I was gonna say the low ground cover is so cool. I was like, I'm geeking out over like new kinds of cover, and I think because it is obviously a cover shooter and so important, and they were emphasizing how they really want to use the destruction of the city to really help with that, and it just makes sense.
Yeah.
And jumping. No, I guess when you don't necessarily always have all that armor, you can jump a bit more.
What's the hype level in the IGN live crowd for Gears E-Day after that? Yeah, I mean. It looked real good.
Appropriate response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, real good. Destin, Gears.
I love the movement stuff that we were just talking about. The fact that you can slide under something or climb over it. You can kind of zip around. The fact that you can lay down behind lower cover. That's something that I think the Gears franchise really needed. It needed that modernization of the base mechanics, and we saw that with the movement changes.
Yeah, even the active reload is now, you don't have to look into the top corner of the screen. It's just right there on your reticle.
Gears heads no.
Did they ever hit that? Did they actually get the active reload at any point?
I think they did.
What's up with that? Come on, Coalition. Yeah.
Michael Hyam, let's talk a game that you and I are both looking forward to, probably more than anything else in the Xbox lineup. We talked about it in the pre-show, and we got it. Fable. So we not only got to see Fable, we got a release date. Yeah, we got a release date of February 23rd. So my manager, Michael, who's upstairs right now, I might have a little something on February 23rd. I might not be able to make it into work that day. Michael, what do you think of what you saw from Fable today?
If you watched the pre-show, I said that Fable needs to establish what that game is actually about. Show us a little bit of story. They did exactly that. They showed exactly what I wanted from it. And like we know Fable to be sort of tends to be a goofy game. It's a bit lighthearted. It does have its dark moments and all that. But this trailer has struck that tone I'm looking for, where it takes itself seriously and still has a little bit of the goofs on the side. But I think a game can be very powerful if it has that comedic element to balance out how serious it gets. And it makes both sides better. And not to keep talking about the games that I love, like the Yakuza franchise, but that kind of is the balance that they're so good at striking. And I think that's an opportunity for Fable to do a similar approach, too.
Let's see here. The next...
the protagonist, real quick, Isabelle in Fable.
Yeah.
Very excited about her. Loved her performance. I think she was doing really good at showing another story beat and one of those vignettes that we get about the main protagonist. So I want to see more from her. I want to see more about how the gameplay is going to interact with these story elements and the outcomes of our decisions for each of these beats.
Destin, before I move to Miranda here to hear from her thoughts on Fable, you were on Collector's Edition watch while we were back there. So Gears and Fable both have very, very expensive, like top-level Collector's Edition.
Yeah, so Gears is $299. You got a cool statue with it and a ton of skins and whatever. But the statue is really good for Gears. That's the most expensive one. Fable is $200.
Oh, a bargain.
Very much. And you get early access with all of these, like up to 5 days for Gears and Halo. Halo has a $200 collector's edition. We'll get to that. But Fable's in that pile also.
Miranda, Fable. I know you're into it. And what'd you like about this trailer today?
I agree about Isabelle. Just really cool. And I like getting to a deeper look into some of the conflicts that we'll be seeing in Fable as well. Just, like little bits of it. But, I think, once again, the humor lands, the look of it lands. Like, I really just want to dig in. And I'm glad that we got a firm release date. So that way I can put it on my calendar and plan around it.
So we started to go talk about Halo. Let's do it. So I'm on record. I did our first preview of Halo Campaign Evolved. I got to go up to Halo Studios last year. It was a while ago.
It's been a
And they invited us up, pretty early in the process. And if you read that preview or watched that preview, I came back kind of not crazy excited about it. Like, this looks nice. Would love to have the multiplayer. But for my part, and I think we all felt this way, my hype level went up today.
Definitely.
Because they leaned into these 3 new prequel missions featuring Sergeant Johnson. Miranda, what I love
Johnson.
There was a lot of stuff in there. We saw outer space ship stuff. We saw a fuel rod cannon in there. We saw brutes in there. So, what do you think?
It's interesting because we have 2 games that are basically going back and adding more, right?
Yeah.
So Gears E-Day is how do you innovate on something that already has established things going forward? And same thing with Halo. We know what comes here. So we're hey, that wasn't there before. But I think the way they're getting around that was I think it's meant to be some sort of Covenant research ship or something. And so, like, it might have things that you wouldn't have seen in Halo 1, and that's kind of how they're maybe explaining it or leaning into that a bit. And also just unique enemy types, right? Like different armor we saw in there. Some of them looked really sleek, some very sleek Covenant. And so I think maybe that's what they're going to kind of lean into. And I'm all for it. Like, this just looks so fun.
Destin, I know you have a very technical eye. So what did you think of this showing of Campaign Evolved? It seemed like it's looking a lot better visually than the last time we saw it.
Yeah, they've definitely done some cleanup on the graphical aspects, but for me, I was mostly paying attention to those story beats like you were discussing, because I'm curious if we're going to learn more about John 117's relationship with, Sergeant, and what was that like? Because we know at the end of Reach, he goes into the casket. So what's the story point we're going to be at?
The casket? It's a cryopod. He's not dead.
It's the Hush casket that levels. Anyway, yeah. But anyway, really looking forward to what story elements they're going to add, because there's so much they could go into. They could talk about the Gray Team. They could talk about Chief, et cetera.
Yeah. And I know you mentioned a $200 collector's edition for this, but it's the regular just buy the game $50.
Yeah. You get a statue with the collector's edition.
You get a statue, but you also, if you get the very fancy edition, you get a replica of or you get an art book that is like a replica of the original game manual.
Yeah.
So it's like a modified version of that, which is so cool. I'm a nerd for that kind of stuff.
You get up to 5 days early access, the art book, you get the Hungry Buzzard short story, like a comic in there, and digital manual, 5 skins, 6 weapon skins, and the Foundry weapon pack.
Yay. That's a laundry list. We've got a couple minutes before we take a quick break. Let's get to the other console exclusive, Clockwork Revolution. Michael Hyam, thoughts?
Just like the Fable showcase that they had, story was the main thing. What is this game actually about? Like, again, with Fable, we saw all the gameplay before. Clockwork Revolution, when we saw it last year, very gameplay focused. Now, we know what the game is about. And I like that. I like the tone they're going for, the scale they're going with, and even with some of the gameplay they showed in the trailer, there was like, how do you manipulate the environment? How are you going to use some of your skills? That was interesting as well. But I'm just really digging the kind of Honored to Dishonored in a way.
Yes.
Where it's like, it looks just like a Dishonored, and not in a way that's like imitation or anything. It's like, we're using this aesthetic in our own way and building a full world around it. I'm really impressed with what we saw with this, and I was already looking forward to it, and showing off the different characters. So giving it the personality it needs. Yeah. It is kind of goofy in a way, but I just like how they're playing with the tone, because it matches the style, it's aesthetic, and I think that another thing too is choices, who you're going to be interacting with, what those environments are going to say about the story as well. I love what I'm seeing from it.
There was another game we'll talk about a little later that had a bit of a Dishonored-y vibe too, so stay tuned for that. But Miranda, what were your thoughts on Clockwork Revolution?
At this point, I just want the game.
Yeah.
At first, we were like, coming in due time. We saw that at first, we were like, again? And then they shifted, and they're like, oh,
they got us.
Yeah, we got God on that one. But it's just like, yeah, I think we've seen so much at this point. It's like, you don't need to sell me more on this. I want to play it.
Yeah,
I want a gun in one hand, powers in the other. It seems so cool. It's just,
The thing about this one that fires me up is we know In Exile is a really talented role-playing game development studio, and I guess I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me to prove it, but it sure seems like this is the highest budget game that they've ever made. So they've got a lot of resources, and we get to see them just kind of go nuts with the full extent of Microsoft's deep pockets backing them up on this one. So it's going to be a good one next year. And we've got plenty more games to talk about. But we need to take a quick break. While we're doing that, why not check out the IGN store? It's your destination for new and exclusive apparel, gear, vinyl, and collectibles. Hey, if you're a Fallout fan, you need to check out this wearable Pip-Boy 3000 replica and so much more. Head to store.ign.com right now. All right, we will be right back with more recaps of the Xbox Game Showcase here on IGN Live. Stick around.
IGN Live is presented by Fanta. Special Edition Fanta and Xbox 25 cans are available now only for a limited time.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films. And before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You're watching IGN Live. Welcome back. This is Unlock's post-show breakdown of the Xbox Game Showcase, which was absolutely massive as always. All right, let's talk about next year. I counted, and this may not be an accurate count, but I counted 12 games that were labeled 2027 in this thing, as if this year wasn't already busy enough. It's only June, and we already have a dozen games announced by Xbox coming next year. Among those is a game we talked about in the pre-show that we've been waiting to see for a long time, State of Decay 3. Destin, we finally got like a real good look at gameplay here. What'd you think?
I want to play it. That's what I think. I want to go out there. I want to fight the zombies and save people or sacrifice them.
Well, that's the thing.
People have to get left behind, you know?
It's all about managing those relationships with the survivors. Michael? Did that State of Decay showing live up to what you'd hoped for?
It did exactly what I think it needed to do. Was like show that it's real, show some gameplay, and I kind of like the tone they're going for. Again, it seems like it's a little bit more serious. You know, State of Decay 1 and 2 weren't like story games necessarily, but you know there was like maybe a little bit of a cartoonish element to it because it was so gameplay focused. And, like it's aesthetic, but I feel like this one, the State of Decay 3, it feels a little bit more grounded in what it's trying to do. And at least we got to see, like, at this scale, with this aesthetic, I think it's looking polished. I hope that's the case. I hope this is indicative of it being polished. And I really like what they're doing with scale, the environments, and again, like Destin, I kind of just want to play it. Yeah. At this point, you don't need to tell me much more about what State of Decay does.
Miranda, I know we've all signed up. There are alpha play tests that you can sign up for. We don't know if you know you're not guaranteed to get chosen, but we're gonna play some State of Decay 3, right?
Absolutely. Yes, I think that's echoing Michael. I just want to play it. Again, a known quantity sort of thing. But I love seeing the environment, woodlands, very dark, of course. Spooky. We have like it looks like some sort of power plant or something. Like there's just so many different environments they're showcasing. I think what again we really want to get into is like the updates to some of the really cool mechanics they have specifically in here. What kind of people are we going to meet? Who are we going to sacrifice? Who will we actually save? I know I've seen some people I've just turned around. So I'm like, you don't need to come with me. It's okay. My resources are limited. So
You'll be fine.
More vehicles and like some cool traps for zombies. So I think the strategy part of it too is really interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. Especially, I think we'll hear more about that around the playtest.
Yeah. We've got a ton of games to get through, so I don't want to linger too long on any one in particular. And there are more first-party games, more Xbox Game Studios games, but I don't want to make Michael Hyam wait any longer.
All right.
Persona.
Oh,
You got pretty excited.
P6.
yeah. And we got P4. I want to start with talking about Persona 4 Revival. Again, like I said in the pre-show, they gave me exactly what I was looking for. Show me how the game looks. Let me show me some new mechanics. Show me what you're doing differently this time. And there's a lot to get into, but I want to highlight the song that plays. It's a brand new song for Persona 4 Revival. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if you noticed this, Miranda, but I was tearing up when I was watching this, man. Like,
Oh, yeah.
this game means a lot to me. This game means something, and it means a lot to so many other people too.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, the big part was that they showed Marie. So that's the big question because of what they did with P3. It's like, are you guys going to do the same thing with P4 and strip back from like what we got with the remakes? And like Persona 4 Golden is like the definitive story edition of this, and I was so worried. But Marie's there.
Yeah.
I'm so relieved. I'm so excited. As you said, like this is like a foundational game for many people, myself included. So I'm so stoked.
Yeah, I was tearing up a little bit. It's nice to see that world with its new aesthetic. It is drawing a lot from how Persona 3 Reload looked in terms of in-engine, character models, aesthetic, and like in battle when they're doing the all-out attacks, all the camera angles and the cuts and how they're redoing the cutscenes. I mean, like P4 is kind of a known quantity because it's been out for so long, but these are the kinds of things that I want that's going to give it new life and make it feel like it has a lot more like motion, a lot more momentum to that, and feel modern in that way. I actually really like what I'm seeing from P4. P6.
Very dark teaser, literally and tonally.
Yeah, Persona 6, it almost felt like they're leaning more into Shin Megami Tensei, which is the more demonic RPG that, you know, is playing with a lot more darker themes and death and heaven and hell and all these other things. But Persona 6, again, they didn't show much. It was just static and tombstones, and then it glows red or glows green, and then Persona 6, and that's it. We got the logo, at least. But what this is telling me is that they're doing something that's a bit more serious, a little bit darker, again, pulling from SMT. And I think that Persona is a series, don't get me wrong, like I said, I love it to death, but I think it needs to make a jump to something a little bit more mature, and I hope that's this new trailer or this reveal is indicative of that.
I think even with you saying it more mature, I think also age-wise for the characters, because that has been a problem that we've talked about in the past, especially with P5. Like there are some things that were really kind of uncomfortable, kind of as maybe an understatement, is very uncomfortable in some situations. But I think like even college age, so if they do want to keep like the school theme, because that is part of the games. Generally, like you have to go take tests at school, right? I don't want them to cut that entirely. So, like, let's do college. Like, let's look a little bit older. At least that's just what I think would be pretty cool. At least.
Another first-party game. Getting back to my Xbox Game Studios. Don't call it Hellblade 3. Call it Senua. Destin, what'd you make of this?
I really like seeing this because on the lead up to Hellblade 2. There was all this coverage about the combat system and how they reworked it and all this work that they put into it. I think this is what they were discussing because this looks vastly different from Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2 is a little bit more cinematic. I feel like the gameplay, it was there, but this is a deeper dive into what Senna was actually capable of and how she masters the battlefield. Like that shot where she throws her sword and hits the enemy in the distance, I love that.
Yeah, Miranda, we talked on Unlocked when Hellblade 2 came out that it's probably the most, at the time, most technically beautiful Series X game, and it was the first Series X game technically ever announced, but it was pretty light on gameplay, and this reveal seemed to want to communicate that, hey, there's a lot more gameplay this time around.
Right, you even emphasize it's like, oh, they're really leaning into like, look how she's like fighting things. Look at like the activity you're doing here, which is, I think, them course correcting a bit, which they kind of need a message to get people interested in this, you know?
Yeah, and hopefully we still get the great story, but get some awesome gameplay with it. So that's coming out in 2027. Also, so let me go to one of the surprises, one of the new reveals, third-party game, but it impressed the heck out of all four of us as we were sitting back there watching it. Magicians, the Devil's Deal. Yeah, did you guys like this one?
Kind of cool.
This one seemed really cool. So, Michael, another, this is the one I was hinting at before, a little bit of a Dishonored vibe here, artistically and maybe even gameplay-wise a little bit too.
This might be the new wave. Everyone's trying to make their Dishonored likes or their Bioshock likes. You know, with this being like about magicians, like you can do a lot of interesting things with manipulation of the environment. And there's a lot of stuff that reminded me of Bioshock plasmids in this as well. And having that old like 1800s aesthetic, like I think it really works well. And if I think between this and Clockwork Revolution, it's like, okay, nobody make this kind of game anymore. Wait for these to come out so we can see how they actually play and if they pan out. But it's a nice surprise. You know, I think it looks like it's going to be creative. You know, using a magician's wand as like one of your weapons is super cool. What they're doing with like all this supernatural stuff, like I'm really enjoying kind of this trend, I guess. And yeah, it was at first we were looking at this and we're like, oh, is it just like a CGI trailer that kind of imitates?
Yeah, it was definitely fake at first, and then they showed some real stuff.
Yeah, and then they actually showed us what it looks like in motion, and yeah, I'm super into it. I'm not going to say no to this. It looks like mechanically, gameplay-wise, aesthetic. Again, I think they're hitting the right notes.
Miranda, did this work for you as well?
Oh, absolutely. Like, it is just captivating. I was like, do we know who's making this? Because it did look so familiar, speaking of Dishonored and like the art style of it. But this is from Uppercut Games. They've done City of Brass, Epic, I think the first and second, and Submerged. So games I actually haven't played, so I'm, again, really impressed by this. And just, again, at the end, when they have the gameplay, it looks so cool and really imaginative. And I think that's what we kind of want to see. And Dustin, you kind of hit on it earlier. It just looks, we're looking for games that are just different. Like they're trying something that's not been done before, not just narratively, but like visually and mechanically. And sure, at the end of the day, it's still spell casting, it's still whatever, but it's a magician aesthetic and it's so cool. Like the ways that you can play with that, like the theming of it, like people being wrapped in chains to stop them and stuff. Like it's just really neat.
I like the part where he charged up cards like Gambit.
Yes.
Like I was like, all right, I'll try it.
Yeah. No, this is instantly on all of our radar. This looked fantastic. So we'll keep an eye on that one for next year. Something for this year, though. So I could swear that on a recent episode of Unlocked, the three of us said there should be a translucent green special edition Xbox console for the 25th anniversary. And somebody at Microsoft heard us because that is exactly what we got. You know, I instantly, my heart was instantly warmed at the start of this promo that if you're watching us, you're seeing it now if you're watching on the broadcast where, first of all, the promo is in 4:3 aspect ratio, not 16:9. Even though the original Xbox could technically do 16:9. But my heart was also moved by, you briefly see a copy of Official Xbox magazine get picked up, which I worked on for 10 years. So that made me happy. But yeah, Destin, tell me, are you day one? Are you going to line up for one of these guys?
Yeah, I mean, there were fan mock-ups of this thing already online. Like, people really want this. I think they're really going to appreciate Xbox owning this idea, making an actual version of this console that you can purchase. Like, I see Clobirl online retweeting the images made by, I'm blanking on the artist's name, Art Pope? Pope Art?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he does a lot of this stuff, too, so...
Yeah, and at least, like, if you don't want to spring for the God knows how much it'll cost console, there's a controller that at least you can grab the translucent green controller.
I hope they have that separate, because they don't always do them separately, so that's all I want. Because I already have 2 Xboxes, I don't need a third.
That's true. I mean, it's a good problem to have. All right, we've got just a couple minutes left. Miranda, I want to hit on a couple that you were just smiling ear to ear on during the broadcast, and I will start with Bad Magpie.
Yeah.
This came fairly early on in the show. Very unique visually. You play an adorable little bird.
Yeah. It looks super charming, like the art style and like the comedy of it. Because I think when you get games like this, you're like, is it just cutesy? It's like, no, the flowers are terrifying. Look at this bird. It's just so funny. And so I like the humor that they're going for. And obviously it's going to be kind of emotional because it looks like this magpie gets left behind when others go on to migrate, maybe. But I love a cool little adventure game starring a unique character that I guess is electrocuting itself in sockets. But, just a little silly. You can kind of cause some chaos, but also have like a genuine experience of like finding your way. And I also love puzzles. So I am just so very excited for this.
I want to keep talking about more games. We're going to have to do that on the next episode of Unlock because we are about out of time. But before we go, we got to do, of course, game of the show, your favorite thing of the entire thing. Destin, our guest of honor, I will start with you, my friend.
Fable. I think that Fable reveal was great. I really love seeing Isabelle, how she's going to incorporate into the story. That's the one I'm most interested in seeing more of.
Yeah, we're gonna see how if the crowd agrees with each of us. So we got a pretty good response on Fable right there. Again, out in February. How about Michael? I think I know what you're gonna say, but go ahead and say it.
Yeah. We didn't see much of it. We just got a logo reveal, but Persona 6, baby. It's real.
Makes sense.
Miranda, your game of the show? I know. Just say it.
Here's EA, of course.
Yeah.
I want to say something that someone hasn't already said, but it's Fable. I said it at the top, and it's still the one for me. It is just Playground Games they don't make 9 out of 10 video games. They make 10 out of 10 video games, and this is certainly going to be their biggest challenge yet because this is a genre they've not done anything like this before, but everything they've been showing us so far has just been absolutely phenomenal. So many great games in the Xbox Showcase, and we invite you to come back and join us next week on Podcast Unlocked. We'll be getting into more of this, but for now, this about does it for this IGN Live edition of Unlocked, talking all things Xbox Game Showcase. If you like what you saw, you can catch new episodes of Unlocked every week on IGN, YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Now, coming up later today on IGN Live, we'll be checking out Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, plus the upcoming Tomb Raider remake, Legacy of Atlantis, all that and tons more right here. So stick around, there's more.
IGN Live is presented by our official product partner, Lenovo Legion.
Average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
IGN Live. We're about to get into a game that I'm a big fan of. Round 2 is the biggest little game you can play right now. Here to tell us about some of the coolest new additions coming to Grounded 2, please welcome game director Chris Parker and executive producer Marcus Morgan. Now, we have so many questions for them, but before we get into those questions, I believe you have an extended version of your recent trailer that was in the summer update, so we're going to take a look at that first.
Welcome to Brook Hollow Park.
It's okay, they're not actually monsters. We're just a lot smaller now.
Clever girl.